Good morning, everyone. Wait, morning? I just got done with work. Right. That says where my brain's at today. Good afternoon, evening, whatever time of day it is for you guys. It's my RuneScape morning. There you go. Problem solved. If you couldn't tell from the inventory, I've been doing a lot of pickpocketing today at Gobies. And at one point I may have accidentally overleveled my pickpocketing bag by a factor of 100%. So I siphoned it with 80k XP in it, but it was only level 10. That would have been real juicy if I was level 60 invention. But there was no point sitting on it until 60 invention. I'd have had to have made another bag. That just would have been a whole waste of time, so. Yeah. Gobies are, busted? I think it's fair to say. I have 1,000 pieces of food. That's more food than I've ever got from, like, drops or cooking myself on this account, I'm pretty sure. The usual memory shards, free reroll tokens, 5,000 techie. I'm starting to work on the techie because if we end up playing Magic, then I'm gonna need to buy Corruption Blast for Slayer. I might even end up buying Corruption Shot if we play range. I don't 100% know. It seems pretty bad, but like that's compared to like Decimation. And I don't have one of those. And this is a lot 15k techie is a lot easier to get than a Decimation now. So still no priff. What are you doing all day, man? I'm actually really freaking close. You ignore the fact I've been looking at the reroll token because I thought they disabled reroll tokens. Wait, I turned my book off. That's why I'm not been getting procs. Whoops. If I look at Plague's End, the levels we still need are Agility, which I'm currently working on. I'm going to 72 at the moment, but like 75's not that much different, let's be honest. It's pretty similar. So that one's not really a problem. Dungeoneering, that'll be quick. I'm pretty sure 75 Dungeoneering will be quick. It will just be quite intense. And then Prayer and Summoning, which are both the skills that are going to start pushing my stats up. So Heists is going to help with the summoning. Not summoning, with the prayer, sorry. Heists is giving Infernal Ashes. Once we get 1,200 Infernal Ashes, I can go get the prayer outfit. That gives us 6% bonus XP, bone saving. I go do the Wieldy Hard Diary. The temptation to put the Wieldy Hard Diary reward into Agility. Bad crit, bad crit. I hate Agility that much, and Herblore seems kinda free now. So I'm starting to think about not putting as many lamps into Herblore. I guess I need both double escape and double surge, so once we hit 85 agility, I'm it's gonna be worth doing the Anachronia course till we get both of those. So yeah. What was I saying again? Something about getting the prayer outfit, doing the Wieldy Hard Diary, putting the Hard Diary lamps into Herblore, even though I'm really tempted to put the, what's it called? To put the lamps into Agility and save myself a little bit of pain. Shouldn't do that. Bad idea. Bad crit. Hi, Doris. Yes, Yomi has done the redeem, but it's not time yet. It's very close to time. So You want to know something really funny? I've been so consistent with what time I start stream during the week. Doris has figured out what days I'm working. And then if I'm working on a given day, she'll come in here and sit in here like just before I start stream now. And she'll sit there and she'll stare at me. Just do Extinction and get Dream of Aya, free Herbal or XP. Herbal is just not hard anymore. Like, I have like nearly 4,000 potions worth of supplies in my bank. Which, like, sure, that's not going to get you a 99 or whatever. But you compare that to... Well, you compare that to how long I've been playing on this account. And you compare that to the sorry state my previous iron was in when it came to herbal supplies. Except Lantardimes, we were fine on those for some reason. Don't know why, but we were definitely fine on Lantardimes. Also, bosses are dropping herbs again. Can we go revisit some of the herbs that were changed to seeds and make them herbs again, please? I don't need 1,000... Wait, what? Oh, I need my hands free. I don't need 1,000 Lantadime seeds. I need... I just need like 1,000 Lantardimes. Come here, Bubba. Oh. Just get herbs, bro. Easy game. I literally just said that I have like 4,000 potions worth of supplies, including secondaries, and I didn't need to use barely any of them to get 81 herb lore. Oh no, big goof. Literally failed the last 50-50. I mean, you say oof, but like, that's not an oof. Also, can the agility pieces not be frickin' RNG, please? Like, that frickin' RNG game that there's literally no skill involved and you have to actually win to get a piece of the agility outfit is disgusting. Hey. But yeah, we're currently going for 72 agility, so it's not going to take too long. A mere 30k to go. You don't have to win for the outfit? Oh, is it just a chance to get a piece whenever you do it? I assumed because I've done that like 8 times now, and every single time's been a loss, and I've had no outfit pieces. I just assumed that you had to win to get the outfit piece at that point. Oh yeah, spring tokens. So, if you're looking for the answer of whether or not the spring event is worth doing on an Iron Man, I'm never going to have the answer for you. And this isn't because I wouldn't do an event like that if I was playing on my own account, wasn't streaming, wasn't making videos, all that kind of stuff. I'd probably just do the event. I'd look up a Protox video or whatever that says this is OP, do this, or a Chev video when he gets around to it. Protox is speedy boy, so he's probably got one out already. But yeah, I'd probably actually take advantage of it. But I want to try and make the videos as this is a pointless endeavor. This is a relatively pointless endeavor. But I want to make the videos as evergreen / applicable as possible. And getting a bunch of levels from a 1 month every year event that might change year to year. Not really evergreen. In fact, it's like the easiest way to guarantee something isn't evergreen. Like, they could change how agility is done and make it so that this course is terrible XP, and literally the only way to trade it is via the Wieldy Skull. That'd be stupid. In fact, they should do the opposite and make it so the Wieldy Skull isn't the most efficient way to train. Because screw the Wieldy Skull. That item should just be deleted. It's a 1 in 3 regardless? Jesus Christ, how have I failed that roll so many times? Who's a girl? But yeah, so I won't be doing the spring event. Not because it's not worth it. I don't have no idea. But because there's no the value to the content side of things is like negative to go and do the event unless I'm making a video specifically to review the event in my eyes. So I shall not be partaking. Seasonal events Madge. I mean, I'm also not that much a fan of seasonal events regardless. Like I'm fine with seasonal events that like are a small update to celebrate a holiday or whatever. But when they take like legitimate dev time and then we get told by devs that they can't do dyeable tier 95s because the artists are too busy making carrot outfits and stuff. At that point, I get kind of like, what the fuck, dude? But yeah, temporary game modes are a poor application of limited talent, is my opinion. Admittedly, dyeable tier 95s are applicable to a fraction of the player base that probably engage with seasonal events, so what do I know? If only gate crafting method gave spring... It doesn't? I assumed it was just as long as you got an XP drop. Again, I have no idea. I probably have some of them. I also have these premier reward tokens because I bought 1 year of membership with bonds. Apparently these still exist, even though it's not premier membership. And they're actually kind of powerful, so I don't know what to do with them. Like, you could just grab free cosmetics, and it's like, and then it would be wasted. Or you can get a legendary pet. Super early game, you can get the lightning staff, which is one of the easiest ways to get a tier 40 staff at a very low level. And then it turns into a tier 60 staff, so you don't even need to bother going and getting the Gothic staff. So there are some actual power behind those premier tokens that I don't know if I should take, because like it's not like buying a year of membership is it's not a time limited thing, it's not MTX. I also don't know if they are still gonna be given. Like, if you buy... Like, I don't know why I got them, because I didn't buy a year membership when it was called Premier Membership. I did it after the changes. So I don't know why I was given them at all, I'll be honest. $112 fire making and going strong. Perry's about to burn down the whole Krazi jungle, looking for Bernie. A little bit of... The fact that the souls are giving me more XP than doing an entire lap, just... beautiful. Get the party hat burning emote from Premier tokens. Well, the thing is, like, literally the only question I want to answer is like, should I get the legendary pet or not? Because the power of a legendary pet is limited. Like, there's a bunch of stuff you can't do with it on an iron. Stuff like the auto killer, like the Slayer auto killer perk. That doesn't work on an iron. But there's a very specific thing that does, which is the Beast of Burden pouch abuse. And I'm kinda thinking maybe I want to abuse that. I mean, I could just go get 96 and get a pack yak. But the difference between 68 summoning and 96 is a couple combat levels, and that means harder Reaper tasks. You got brains at 85 farming, that is huge. We're gonna do our farming stuff once we've got 82 agility, then we'll be diving into heists. Oh yeah, I should probably check my ports. Yep, my ships are back. Yay, ports. Fun. This is like the one bit of content that I just can't ever get behind it. And I know it's entirely a me thing. It's got absolutely nothing to do... Well, I mean, it does have everything to do with how annoying the content is to do. Okay, so that's going to be a full combat one. Where am I sending these boys? Combat/morale. Can I actually get a good setup here? Doesn't look like it. 80%'s fine. We just send it. Then we put you two in there. Even though you don't give combat. We just put these guys in there and try and get them some XP. Done your ports? I have now. You forgot the pet had that? You just recently purchased the auto killer from Slayer Master when you swore you already had it? Guess it was the pet. Yeah, it only works on a main account though. It doesn't work on an iron or anything. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're doing with the premier tokens, because if the premier tokens are like continually are gonna continue to be a thing and you can just get them by buying membership, then like there's no reason not to use them. But is it like, was today the flag in the sand? Because like these popped up in my inventory today. I didn't go into the UI and claim them. These just popped up in my inventory today. Was today the flag in the sand where like if you had a year membership or premier membership, whatever it was internally today, then you got everything that came from that? And if you were to subscribe like from now on, would you not get them? I don't know 100% what's going on there. So I need to figure that out before I actually use them. If the tokens are still accessible, then I'll just use them to get a blood pouncer and we'll do some VOD abuse, because that is 100% the way to do God Wars 1 for sure. I also need to decide if I'm doing Totem of Intimidation for God Wars KC, or if I'm just doing medium CAs. I'm imagining medium CAs are probably quicker. What is the Beast of Burden abuse? So you can, one of the abilities you can give a legendary pet is to turn into a Beast of Burden based on the pouch you give them. So if you give them a yak, they turn into a 30 slot BOB. If you give them a War Tortoise, they turn into an 18-slot VOD. Now, if you turn them into an 18-slot Beast of Burden, and then proceed to use a Terror Bird pouch on them, it extends the Beast of Burden timer on the legendary pet by the timer of a Terror Bird. But it stays as an 18-slot BOB. So you're basically using Terror Bird pouches to extend a War Tortoise. And it's such a niche little thing that is like specifically useful at a certain point on Iron Man. But it's very, very nice. It's very nice when you can take advantage of it. Ain't that right, Doris? To be honest, the reason it's nice is because tortoise shells absolutely suck to get. If tortoise shells were even remotely reasonable to farm a decent quantity of, then it wouldn't matter. It's very fast to get mediums. I mean, I'm gonna want to do the Wildy Hard Diary anyway for prayer training, so I'm gonna be unlocking Corp. And apparently Corp's achievements are pretty easy. So, I don't think I'm going to be missing any achievements for medium. Imagine getting 90 Slayer. Well, I mean, I need to get 104 at some point to go get Cinderbanes. So, it's not like getting 90 Slayer is an additional thing I have to do. Farming the totem piece off of dinosaurs, however, that sucks. But before God Wars 1? Yeah? Yeah. I mean, I used to, on the previous Iron, I did 90 Slayer before Prif so that I could get the Death Talisman to skip through Morning's End Part 2. I guess now I can just pickpocket the talisman in a couple levels, so I don't even need to do that. You did the same, screw doing the list, fair. Yo, what's up, Safe Nafe? You're almost at gate, yeah, Safe? Gims, he had a group member do that? Ah, I see. You're beautiful. Yeah, I'm talking about you. How long are we into stream? Oh, 29 minutes. You know what happens half an hour into stream, right, Doris? Yeah, do you know what happens half an hour into stream? Oh. Are you being cute because you want something? Yeah. You're gonna get it. Hey, Rain. Hey, Rain. So, Doris. Would you... Would you like some treats? Yes? Would you like some treats? Do you think chat would like to see you get treats? Yeah? Yeah? Patience, young Pomorn. Give me a bop. Good girl. There you go. Cool. What are you looking for? Did you drop something? There you go. Go on, Doris. Use your brain. Doris. Use your brain. Good girl. Okay. Last one, Bubba. Last. So, which hand is it going to go in? Which one is it in? Is that your final answer? Are you sure? You think this one? Or do you want to sniff them? Is this your answer? It's not that one. It was that one. You couldn't decide, could you? Did both my hands smell of... I should probably do that one first before my hands both smell of her treats, shouldn't I? That would be smart. There's not... Don't worry, there's not treats in the keyboard, Doris. Doris, all gone. Doris? All gone. Do you want to cuddle? There you go, baby. Nice cuddle. Nice cuddle. So how's everyone doing today? I spent longer than I should have doing agility last night, I'm not gonna lie. I jumped through a few streams while doing a few laps, and then I put on a YouTube video and it auto-played into another one, and I blinked and like an hour and 15 minutes had gone by and I was 70 agility and it was... Yeah, I shouldn't have let that happen. However, I am almost 72 agility now because of it, so... Silver linings? Also, Doris let me have a lie-in. Her clock hasn't properly adjusted to daylight saving time, so she woke me up. She woke me up an hour later than she normally does. Yo, what's up, Maxcape? How you doing? What you staring at, Doris? Are you staring at the colors on the screens? Yeah. Will I do the Easter event? If I do it, it won't be on this account. And the reason isn't due to whether or not it's worth it on an iron. It probably is worth it on an iron. But if I put like a clip in a video saying, hey, this is how I did this thing, and it's me doing a time limited event, like a seasonal event, then that clip doesn't have much value to me. Like, it's doing what I'm saying it's doing in the clip. This is how I did the thing. But someone watching it in 3 months can't then go and replicate that. Now there's always a case of like, whatever I do now will not be the meta in another 5 years' time or something, right? That much is just something I have to accept. But at least in the short term, I can make the decisions to do content that is more evergreen. So, That's my stance on the event. If it's good XP for irons, go nuts. Have fun. I just don't want to like have a part of my Doris. You know sitting on the arrow keys gets my attention. And you're also making people dizzy. Quit it. 5 treasure trail points and a casket every day, along with 70 treasure trail points and I think 7 caskets a week. Okay, that's kind of nuts. Surely irons can't get that. That's a lot. That's like 14 clue caskets and 105 treasure trail points a week. But like 105 treasure trail points are kind of... They're good. They're good, don't get me wrong. Getting the Globetrotter outfit is big value. But that many caskets is kind of nutty. Good evening, Verdom. How you doing? Doris sitting on buttons? Yes, you were, weren't you? You were sitting on buttons. A lot better now you're not doing Sanctum? Nakatra was not nice to you, I take it. I find agility really dull, but the book is making it. The book is at least making it quicker, so that means better. Okay, come on here. Come here, you. Come here, Bubba. It's cuddle time. Scratchies for the puppy. You ask for attention, you get attention. Although, I've noticed it only seems to be spawning unstable souls around Het's course. I don't think I've seen a mimicking soul yet at all. I've not seen... What's it called? I've not seen a vengeful soul either. Wait, someone just... The holiday treasure trail caskets can give you 3rd age? Ah. They're not just like sandy clues then where you get like low level clue loot. You found it good they added Equilibrium 2 as a perk? Yeah, that's actually kind of huge. If we end up playing anything other than Magic, then when we get up to 79 Invention, we are 100% going for Equilibrium. I think, like... So the whole crit discussion for, like, melee and range is based around Elite Dracolich existing and Greater Fury and Biting 4... And all of that stuff just isn't a consideration for us. Anyway, there we go. 72 agility. It says Skeletal Wyvern shortcut, but we can now go through the crevices in heists. So, what I'm going to quickly do is show off the atrocious little teleport UI that we have here. There we go. And I'm going to talk about some of the loot we got from pickpocketing Gobi scavengers, I think they're called. So, we're getting Techie, which we'll show the shop for in a second. Is this the Gobi graveyard? I think this is it. So we got Techie, which we'll go through in a second. We've got 1,000 cooked alligators. which is just kind of nuts as far as I'm concerned. Bunch of the memory shards, liberation of Mazcab reroll tokens, which I'll be honest, I thought they removed these. I thought they removed these because of the of changing how loot works at raids, so you can just do raids over and over and over again. But I'm assuming they've kept the tokens they've kept the purchasable tokens and the stealable tokens. But I'm assuming what they did is they just removed the reroll for reputation. And on the note of reputation, look at all these burial charms. If I bury 32 small burial charms real quick, you'll see that I just gained 1,600 reputation with the gobies. And if I bury 18 medium burial charms, I get another 1,800 reputation. So I'm already at 3,400 reputation with them. And the big ones give 150 each, so I need to bury 3 of those. And that puts me to 4,000 reputation. And if I bury the last 6, I have 4,900 reputation with the gobies from 1 day of pickpocketing. And I wasn't even that efficient. I was quite busy with work today, actually, so I was not on the ball when it came to pickpocketing these guys. My success rate at them is not particularly great. But anyway, if we go to this shop, this is where we can spend the techie. So if we add it to our currency pouch, you can see we got 5,300 techie. And we could buy a few things. I don't know what Tuska's store. Is this just a cosmetic override? Yeah, it's a cosmetic override. Okay. Oh, we can buy the War Priest of Tuska gear. That stuff is actually pretty good for magic. Gives a crit buff based on how many pieces you're wearing. And Crane, thank you very much for the raid. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. You're joining the Hardcore Iron Man as it summarizes its AFK thieving for the day after having gotten 72 agility and is about to jump into some heists. Where heists are going to decide the near future of this account by deciding what style we're going to be working on. But yeah, the main reason I'm interested in all this techie that we got from pickpocketing is that if we end up playing magic or range, these corruption ability codices here are incredible. What did the bot just do to that shout out? Shout out Crane, and instead it said go and check out Saharabi at Kritia's channel. What? You might buy that Tuska set to put in your Sliske armor, so you have it. Yes, yeah, that's good stuff. Like techie has a lot of uses now. I'm very much looking forward to just stacking up a bunch of this. I mean, and even if you don't end up using techie for too much. Yeah, /shoutout works a bit better than using stream elements as well. Yeah, like worst case, you can use techie to buy this tier 90 tank armor that disassembles into rumbling comps if you really don't want to go to Calfight King. And then we have Prosper on the pickpocketing bag, so we've been getting some clues, which is very nice. How's the stream going today, bro? Enjoying the event? I'm not actually doing the not Christmas event. I'm not actually doing any holiday events on this account. So I have no idea if the event's good or not. What I do know though is that I gotta do a farm run. I'm under 100 Avanto seeds. Damn. Slowly starting to run out of those. But first we gotta check the trapper. I hate to run off the raid, but gotta get back to work. No worries, no worries. Oh, another seasonal Sheep, don't mind if we do. Okay, chins, any of you guys elders? When I get into Prif, I need to just make a load of urns. So many people opening the treasure trail chests and getting good stuff. No luck on the yaks adopting yet, I see. Good luck, and may the RNG gods favor you today. I appreciate it. Honestly, if I'm gonna be honest, this is gonna be the most boring outcome. Most likely. But I kinda hope we get a staff. Because if we get a staff, then I'm off to the races when it comes to PVMing, whereas range and melee will need a little more work in other areas. So for heist, what if mask is your first drop? Does that mean you go necro? No, the mask is melee. I'm only doing the first heist, so bow, range, staff, mage, mask, melee. It's 1 in 100 per item. Oh, I forgot to use the farming potion. Whoops. Like, each item individually has, like, 1 in 106 or something. Yeah, I specifically brought... I know what you're talking about, Verdom. I brought up the... what's it called? I brought up the drop calculator for Vault of Hereditas. Is it? How do you pronounce that? Hereditas. That sounds right. That's how it's spelled. Yeah, I brought up the calculator for that heist to see if it was worth doing it before I could actually get 500 loot. And I think at the time I would have got the items would have been like 1 in 200, and by getting 500 loot, they're like 1 in 100 each. Also, when you say they don't share a drop table, does that mean you can get a bow and a staff in the same heist? You okay, Bob? Are you wanting to go to mommy? Someone wanting to join the clan. That's been a while. I'm very open to people wanting to join the clan. I will say though that I don't have between content creation stuff and work and everything, I don't have that much time to run like clan events and stuff. So it is very much a social place. Are you getting a bit hot? Yeah. Should I put... No, I'm not. No, I'm not saying it that way. Do you want to get down? Yeah. You want to get down? Oh. Do you just want cuddles? Is that what this is? Okay, let's remember how to invite people to clan. To be able to recruit people. Oh. I need to hop on Zappy real quick. I'm on world 123. Only one row is made for rare loot. So they do share a drop table then. That's how drop tables work. Wait, why does Zappy have 5 premier tokens? How does that work? Okay, did I go to all the... I think I went to all the patches. So... Is there anything I need to do before we go do heists now? Yes, I need to finish making the thieving outfit. That player's offline or has privacy mode. Says you have privacy mode on. Okay. Would you like to go to mummy? Yeah? Go on then. Go to mummy, Dara. No, See, you don't want to cuddle on the desk. You want to cuddle like this. But if I sit like this, I can't do anything, Doris. You see the problem? You misunderstood the drop table. It's a 1 in 36 to hit the rare drop table, and each item is a 1 in 109 because of a 1 in 3 to get a specific item when hitting it. Yeah, so they do share a drop table. Okay, I thought I was going mad and that I was gonna end up. That's a lot of parts. I thought I was going mad and was gonna end up like end up getting 2 pieces at once or something ridiculous. Anyway, the last 2 camouflage pieces. So if I search camouflage in the bank and take all these out, I should now have all 15 pieces of the camouflage outfit. And I now have 0 camouflage fragments because I have made with every piece. So we can combine, and combine for the master camouflage outfit. Which looks pretty damn spooky, I gotta say. The master outfit looks ass? Oh, Yuki wants a... He wants a clan invite as well. You know, you really like my keyboard, Doris, don't you? Yeah, you really like the keyboard. You probably want to have like a nice blankie or something on the desk, like something actually super comfy. Blue outfit, best outfit. I mean, this one has the best what's it called? The best effect, although increased chance of Seren symbol piece drops. What does that mean? Also, what are the teleports? It's a teleport to every district of Prif and then Pyramid Plunder. Oh, it's a teleport to Letia as well. The Thieving Guild? Pornavich. And I have no idea what the consortium is. Oh, this. Okay, that's actually quite convenient. Oh, apparently you were busy. There we go. Okay. I think it's time we get on with heist. We've done our herb run. We've checked our POF. Our ports are going. So it's time to get a move on. Also, there are still 59 members in the clan? I'm really surprised about that. Welcome both from Doris. Yes. Can I get a booth? I mean, I'd ask you for a woos, but didn't we get those yesterday? Stream's lagging by 2 minutes back when you're home. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, let's go. Vault of Hereditas. What style are we going to be playing? I have no idea how long it's going to take us to see our first drop. But there's now nothing stopping me from just sending the heist over and over and over again. So that's what we're going to do. Hey, Doris, are you going to be here for good luck? Yeah. Are you going to give us good luck with the heist loot? What style will you pick if you get a mask first? Melee. I guess I'm sorry to any necro lovers. It's not that I don't want to ever use necromancy on the account. It's that the first style you play, you have a very, you get a very unique gearing path for the first style that you play, because you're... Jesus, that was close. How did I not get caught there? I feel like I'm lagging quite badly. If he's gonna take the Equilibrium perk, not much need for Mercy. Oh, does that mean you'll do vault runs for Varanus' Mercy? At some point, yeah. I think there's bigger upgrades to get earlier on for melee. It would be a way to get a tier 90 main hand, that's for sure. Necro is just too good. The problem isn't that Necro is too strong anymore. The problem is that getting Necro up to tier 95 isn't interesting. I don't find it, like, it's not a puzzle to solve. It's a puzzle. It's a solution laid out for you, right? You follow the killy tasks to get your tier 90 weapons. Then you go get Animate Dead, where a combination of either power gear or power necro gear or DPS necro gear, plus 3-piece mage tank armor for Animate Dead. You farm Raziel for like 2,000 kills or something, and boom, full tier 95 setup, done. It's just like there's nothing interesting there. There's nothing that scratches that like problem solving or pathing itch. What's your prediction here? As in, I don't have a what's it called, prediction set up in chat. If anyone's feeling like wasting their channel points. But my prediction would be that we see the bow. Because range is going to be the most difficult style if I roll it. So I'm very much expecting to see the bow just because range is going to be the harder style to do. And that's kind of my luck when it comes to this stuff. Your vote's on Mask just because Necro, but we'd be playing Melee then. We wouldn't be playing Necro. Oh, come here. Okay. Are you actually comfy? If you're not comfy, do you want me to let you go to Mummy? Yeah. Boycott Necro Gang? I mean, as a style, it's fine. It's not it's not that I don't want to play Necromancy, it's that I don't want to progress with Necromancy. Yeah, I get it, Doris. I get it. You're going to Mummy, you're fidgeting too much, which means you're either hot or struggling to get comfortable. And in either case, you should go be more comfortable somewhere else. Okay, I'm getting super unlucky with that. With that Legionary in particular. Oh. Need to power the Shadow Anchor first. Gosh, am I still hearing you around my chair? Heist 2 has a melee weapon, so you'd have to get the dagger to be melee locked. First of all, it's not a style lock. I'm not doing something that silly. Haven't played in like a year. Any interesting updates since then? A handful. A handful. I think you're looking at one of them. Nerd alert, nerd alert. Beach, have you got your book yet? If you could do a style locked account, which one would you do? At this point, it would be ranged. The choice was when we were doing the appers. Rax dibsed on magic. Neither Chev nor me wanted to play necromancy, so Silenced played necromancy. And then it was a toss up between me and Chev, who got range and who got melee. And then Chev, I think the reason Chev ended up settling on range and I ended up settling on melee is because that melee was gonna be just like a load of mining and smithing early. And Chev didn't really feel like he wanted to do that. So he went for range instead. Is this purely skilling or money making as well? So we're currently doing something called a heist, which is like a, it's like a, I guess, a thieving encounter. And it's a skilling method. It's good XP. And it makes pretty good money as well. One of the uniques from this place is worth like 600 mil or something. And the common loot ain't bad either. The common loot got me a decent starter PVM setup when I was doing a main rebuild. Oh, you are in here. Hi. What's up? Do you want more cuddles? Do you want to go to bed? Yep, that's what she wants. She wants someone to go to bed, so she can go and lay in bed. What an absolute lazy puppy. Range is fun only at the top end, but that's just you. I don't know. I played like mid-game ranged on the beta, and it was fun enough. Range is mostly interesting because what's the progression path gonna look like is the question. Because like mage is easy, right? You've got normal mode Carapac. You got normal mode Carapac plus Ganodermic plus the tier 90 weapon. And at that point, you're like, go get a Zuck cape and kill whatever you want. Probably, at that point, probably off the Sanctum to get the tier 95s. So, like, mage is a really, really clean shot to end game. That makes sense. Rax went on a long break from the game pre-Fasoa. He was sad about the state of Magic. You remember his Discord rants? Are we talking about the same Rax? Rax loves Magic. If you're doing normal mode Carapac, hard mode isn't that much harder. Did you solo hard mode Carapac, Verdum? You have 296 Nakatra kills and don't have an offhand? Hey, at least you have a main hand. Main hand's the more important one of the two. Admittedly, you do want both, but... Mostly, yeah. I'm kind of surprised then that you think that you feel that hard mode Carapac is not that much harder than normal mode. He does love Magic, but pre-Fasoa it was lacking. I mean, every style was pretty simple before we started getting legendary weapons. Like when Telos weapons were the peak of the game, the styles were very simple. I think the extent of style complexity at that point was continuous Fortic auto attack for Magic. It drains resources for sure, but the first 3 phases are the same, and phase 4 is just a DPS race. See, you've hit the nail on the head there. It's a DPS race or a DPS check. The first 3 phases are the same, except in normal mode, it's significantly easier to get lightning skips than it is in hard mode. It used to be in our plan, literally called Iron Rex. Sorry, Solo Rex. Did he change his name to Iron Araxor then before making videos? Or are we talking about different Rexes? Oh wait, hang on. I've got 458 loot. Perry didn't want to do much duo Kara with you before. Oh, Perry didn't want to do much duo Kara with you anymore after the incident. Do I care to know why there's another The Incident? Also, what on earth is my success rate with this chest? Oh wait, are you talking about you getting a staff in like however many stupid low number of kills? Yep, it was that. Okay. Yep, loot stored 500. First heist of the day done. What are we getting? Oh, we got an achievement. Nice. No ashes from this run. Bunch of runes though, and a bunch of money. It's not stupidly low. It was only a full staff after 212 hard mode KC. After 212 hard mode KC, where you were getting 1 loot pile for some of it. You took a person who finished theirs in 147 KC. This game feels so feast or famine, doesn't it? Oh shit. No, it was close. Oh wait, hang on, he's just gonna turn straight back around? What am I doing? I should have just skipped that chest, I think. Skip that chest and go for the other one instead. Dive? What are you... Did I try and dive into... Yeah, I tried to dive into a pebble, so it was like, nope, no dive. Will you do the other heist on this account? You died several times on your main there. I will do it, but I'm gonna prepare a bunch of like Phoenix necklaces and stuff for that one, I think. Just yeah, play it nice and safe. Man, what is with that spot? Also, dive is like feels really awful for some reason today. I mean, I'm not dropping frames and my upload is consistent, so I'm not sure what's up with... Not sure what's up with it. Yeah, I need to get this chest because I got caught like a nub. You've yet to die in the arsenal. There's only one dangerous bit. Everything's a dangerous bit when you've not seen it before, right? I swear all the pebbles on the ground are more dangerous for your dive pathing than the walls themselves in this place. But yeah, I'll do Vault of Basuran. Like, especially if I'm end up playing melee, right? I don't really have a choice. It drops the spike harness and the dagger. So like, gonna have to, right? Wow, it really is the melee heist, isn't it? Okay, can I finally finish pickpocketing this legionary, or... There we go. Also, I could swear my lockpicking luck seems pretty bad. I did specifically go out of my way to get the Master Thief's lockpick for this. So that we would not get stuck on the chests for ages. Admittedly, without Crystal Mask, my success rate on the Legionaries just seems pretty bad at the moment. I'm wondering if there's a way to improve that without going all the way to Crystal Mask. The Trehan outfit would be a little bit of a buff. Because once you've got the Trehan outfit unlocked, it gives you the Gloves of Silence effect while wearing the Master Camouflage outfit. Whereas currently I have Gloves of Silence, but they don't count while I'm wearing this until I get the Trehan outfit. So that means getting Prif. Which isn't that far off. But again, it requires prayer, which gives it kind of a chicken and egg progression problem, where I want to do this to solve as part of my plan to deal with prayer. So if I don't do prayer, then I can't get into Prif. To be fair, I'm more likely to get 1200 Inferno Ashes than a unique first, I think. I don't actually know what the average number of expected Inferno Ashes is per run. But I imagine probably get more than 1200 by the time I see a unique. Unless you get a unique at 7 KC. Is that a self-report? 5 kills per hour is 150 ashes. Well, I'm not doing 5 kills per hour, but you're saying about 30 ashes a kill. So 40 runs. 36 runs, you're saying, Pesky? So like 36 to 40 runs. Pretty sure that's likely we're likely to have done that many runs before seeing unique. Also, am I wearing... I am wearing the Ring of Fortune. Good, good. So we're sitting on tier 3 luck. Self-report? No, whoever would do that? Who indeed? Why does that character... That character looks a whole lot like my, a whole lot like Zappy, huh? I guess Zappy didn't have a very unique getup. How much loot are we at? 265? Okay, so yeah, it was the minus 20 from getting caught once. So I'm gonna have to get a shifty on. He is coming in here. I'm gonna be annoyed by those notifications this whole time, aren't I? You've got spring tokens. Make sure to spend your spring tokens. I guess at least this time it's not some like treasure hunter currency, right? That really bugged me about the what's it called? The Halloween and Wildy events, like with the... Oh, for God's sake. Sticky Fingers is a nightmare. I'm just throwing that out there. Oh my God. Yeah, Sticky Fingers is an absolute nightmare. The first tick that you start pickpocketing, you can't move, or you can't cancel out of pickpocketing. And because Sticky Fingers makes pickpocketing a 2-tick action, it means that half the ticks that you're clicking, your clicks are being ignored. It's like, there's a similar thing in play when you're doing gate. If you click to mine, the first like tick of that mining action, you can't get yourself out of the tile you're on. And sometimes you sometimes have to just guess if your animation's stalled, in which case you should press surge to, to move. Or if you're actually like being stalled by an action. And it's really hard to tell which ones sometimes. Filter game messages when? Some of the ones that are filtered are actually useful, is the annoying bit. But yeah, a good example of where you get animation stalled is with those shadow crystals. You get stuck in an animation of like raising your hands to the sky or whatever in front of the crystal, but your character is actually free to move. So you get stuff like that where you... Oh, hang on, what the... Why are you coming this way? You literally just went from this way. Rune light style collapsible game messages. Okay, that might be more useful. Okay, this run was a bit of a mess. Let's be honest. Gonna have to start cleaning it up a smidge if we want to make this not take a week. I mean, what? if I do 4 runs an hour, 36 runs is 9 hours. It's not particularly long. Okay, what's the loot looking like? Yeah, I might not get 500 this one for getting caught that much. Actually, that would be something that would be super cool. Is if we, when we get the plugin API, someone makes a true tile indicator that actually finally allows us to see where we are despite being in animations. I heard someone say that we didn't need that in this game because old school is like more laggy than RS3, which is why old school needs true tile. And it's just like that's a fundamental misunderstanding of what true tile does. Basically, the reason true tile exists and the reason it's important is because your character is permanently, like your character as you see it in game, in your client, is permanently 1 tick behind where it is in the server. Your game client can't animate you walking to a tile or running to a tile until the server has said you're already there. And then on your end, it plays a drawn out animation because otherwise you'd just literally be teleporting all over the place. And it would look terrible, right? But if the animation can't play until you've already moved, then that means your movement is always 1 tick behind where you actually are. And true tile shows the actual tile your character is on, not the tile it's animating to. Oh, clean sweep, huh? Apparently I hadn't been doing that thus far. There's some Inferno Ashes. Nice, nice. Go again. But yeah, so you are like, assuming you're running around everywhere, you are like always 2 tiles off. Where it looks like you are versus where you actually are is 2 tiles different. And that is very, yeah, I know you don't need to do a clean sweep to get 500 points. I just was surprised I hadn't done that up to that point. That means I've always missed something, which is surprising. Come on, pick the chest, pick the chest. See, part of me is like I should just skip that chest because it's going to take forever to wait for him to walk back and stuff. You can stay there, the ghost won't spot you? Wait, but you're in the circle. You can stay at the chest even if the circle is there? Oh, for God's sake, dive. You can't dive through an open doorway. Okay. I don't get it. Like, dive is so inconsistent in here. Like, some doorways you can dive through, some walls you can dive through. And then some, like this one. I'm assuming it's got something to do with the fact that there's barrels and crates flanking it either side that are actually, like, getting in the way of the pathing. The moment you tried to dive was already too late. I mean, you only saw the second dive. I tried to dive twice. The first dive I did before I was even in the circle. It was to go from here to here. And apparently I can't do that. Which I'm assuming has something to do with this frickin' barrel here. Rather than the doorway. But yeah, the first dive failed, then I walked into the circle, and then I started, like, spamming it to just try and get out of the circle. At that point, it was too late. Yeah, I find it really weird what gets in the way of dive working. Because walls are optional a lot of the time with dive. And sometimes terrain is optional. But sometimes, like, a tiny pebble is impassable. And it's like, I don't know what the... Like, other than just learning all the specific interactions at specific spots, it's so hard to intuitively know whether or not a dive is valid or invalid. They fix the giant chins. They don't get stuck at a corner anymore. They were getting stuck in corners? I feel like that's cheating. I can't be the only one that feels like that's kind of cheating. Oh wait, I didn't get everything from this this legionary either. Never mind, yes I did. In some layouts of BGH2, they had a tendency to walk into a certain corner and not move from there. Unless it's towards bait. And then they would just walk straight to the corner again. I feel like fixing that was probably a good thing overall. Jesus Christ, the 5 fails in a row. They took old pickpocketing and they put it in heists, is what I'm gathering. Why haven't you gotten an item yet? Apparently the 20 I slipped under the door wasn't enough. I guess. Yo, Pato, what's up? Any drops? Not yet, not yet. We've only done 2 heists so far, so. We be patient, young grasshoppers. Although I'm not very patient with these legionaries. They are mean. Wait, while I'm waiting for that guy. I was about to say while I'm waiting for that guy to screw off, I could quickly do my ports, but he left very quickly. Ah. Again with the dive not going off the first time and me running into the circle trying to do it. I just don't have a, like, can I literally just, like that? I can dive through a brick wall for Christ's sake. But diving through door frames is, like, impossible. It's so hard not to get frustrated with dive when it can just do that bullshit, you know? Oh, and then it just dives me in place instead of not going on cooldown. Mask next run. Oh boy. Yomi really wants me to play melee for some reason. Blowpipe is 11 mil now in old school? That is quite a bit considering there was a point in time where it was 2 mil. Asura and Arsenal seems a lot easier. I think I'm making this difficult by trying to BGH it. Like, you know how in BGH you do a lot of... Why can I dive through that? That one I didn't actually expect to work. I assumed I wouldn't have been able to go through this wall, but... Apparently slight pebbles on the ground are more of a more of an obstacle than brick walls. Yeah, I'm assuming it's got something to do with the fact that they went like super heavy on banning Zora bots for a bit. You want me to do range because then you're going to be stuck at Telos and ED3 for a long time? I mean, SGB is niche in its use cases. Admittedly, that niche is Vorkath, which is not entirely optional for ranged. And Zami, yeah, true. Okay, so so turns out SGB's niches are ranged progression bosses. Got it. I would also say Araxor, but like, I guess biting counts as range progression. Upkeep sucks big time. I feel like going for 110 fletching, I will end up making enough arrows to kind of keep me going for a bit. And then by the time I've got through those arrows, I'll be, by the time I've got through those arrows, I will be hopefully in a place to be picking up a second style. Man, my success rate on the pickpocketing is bad. Going and getting... What's it called? Going and getting Crystal Mask would actually be kind of nuts. You can actually skip Vorkath and make Masterwork armor? That is true. People keep saying that Dracolich is BIS because it can do better kill times. But everything I've seen is that the average DPS of Masterwork is better. Like, if you take your kill times over a 5-hour period, they will be lower on average with Masterwork, but the best kill time will be lower with Dracolich, is what I've been seeing. And it's like, like, which one is BIS in that scenario? Like, is it the one that can high roll, or is it the one that gives you the most kills per hour? You want the fletching update for new arrows? I'm scared about new arrows. Wrong chat, fair enough. I'm scared about new arrows. Now this is the Iron Man talking for a moment here, not the main. Like not a mainscaper. I am scared about new arrows because if they're if they want them to be better than God arrows, then they're gonna make them like more painful to make than God arrows. That is unfortunate pathing timing. Is he coming straight here? He's coming straight here, isn't he? Who cares about mains? I mean, mains say the same about us irons. Arrow consumption kind of low now, though. I wouldn't say low. Better than before with God arrows, but not low. They just, you know, applied the pain evenly to all to all tiers of range instead of just screwing over the high end. You think they should make higher tier smithed arrows? I agree. But I'm also chill with doing a Raxor for my ammo. If I have to. I know a Raxor is freaking terrifying for a hardcore. But I've put myself through enough pain at Araxor that I feel comfortable doing like 6 kills a day and like that feeling pretty low risk. Oh, you mean with the whole fletching rework? Yeah. I hope Breezy gets to finish that. That would be cool. It would help immensely with well, okay, here's the monkey paw. Here's the monkey paw that's going to happen if that fletching rework happens. Arrows being able to make like if rune arrows drop from level 75 to 50, they aren't staying at the same XP that they currently give. And the same will be true of darts. And I would be very surprised if they didn't also take the opportunity to rebalance broad arrows in the process. So that broad arrows are actually a level 50 smithing item instead of what they are currently, which is like broad arrows are basically a level 75 to 80 smithing method that you unlock at level 52 for some reason. That's how good they are. So what I would imagine is that if they ended up like rebalancing fletching, so we actually had Rune at 50, Orichalcum at 60, Necrite at 70, Bainite at 80, etc. If they did that, then I guarantee we would see a rebalance of the lower tier arrows to give less XP. I am down for that, but that is going to be the monkey's paw with everything being, you know, a rebalance and like trying to actually clean up the game. All these like meta methods we found over time that are like the outliers where everything else sucks, but this is really good. Those are going to have to come down for everything else to go up, right? To actually, you know, the whole integrity thing they have, it goes both ways. They want to get rid of the methods where if you know about this either niche method or basically the methods that allow you to just skip the rest of the skill. They want to get rid of those. And at the same time make the actual methods that you should be doing for the skill good. There's a animation and a half. That's a good bit of necroplasm. I'm happy seeing soul runes for sure. I mean, everything here is kind of good. Dwarf weed seeds, like higher level herb seeds that I wasn't getting as many of from, well, what's it called? From Crux Knights are good. You're so jealous over heists? I do in minus me getting frustrated trying to figure out how the hell dive works as an ability in here, which yeah. I have too many assumptions about how like I feel like dive should work as an ability and not enough. Oh, Jesus Christ. I got trapped in the pickpocketing animation real bad there. Man, pickpocketing is like I know it's kind of a meme that the relic is called Sticky Fingers, but it really sticks you to the mob. So I I gotta remember that if I want to walk away from from pickpocketing a legionary, I have to spam click to make sure that I don't just click once in a dead tick, not a dead tick. Like this is the whole thing where people are calling like calling like how do I put this? This is what people are calling dead clicks. Like I don't know if you would have seen the my cursor changed to a tick just then, but when I was trying to rummage through that, oh for God's sake. Okay, we got out in time. Whew. But when I was trying to rummage that guy, I tried to dive off of him to cross over this legionary and come over to this one. But the dive didn't go through, and then I clicked to move, and that went through. So that's what people mean when they say, you know, the game suffers from dead clicks. It's basically just that when you start certain actions, or when you do certain things, no input can override what you've started. Which means that for a tick, your character will not obey you. And every action will be ignored. And that is like, that feels really wrong. And if you don't know why it's doing that, then it can feel like the game's super unresponsive. But when it's literally happening every other tick, even though I know why it's doing it, and I know kind of, you know, I'm supposed to be spam clicking to get out of it and avoid it and all that kind of stuff, it still feels a little frustrating because it's basically just, it feels like a 50-50 with when I click whether or not I'm actually going to do what I told it to do. So I wonder if there's any way they can actually fix that for pickpocketing. Because it doesn't just happen in here. It's not a heist problem. It's a pickpocketing problem. It happens when you go and pickpocket a mob in the world as well. Like, it happened when I was doing Branches of Darkmire, I think. When I was running around, I clicked on a Firewatch Tiver, I think they're called, and started pickpocketing it. And there was no stopping that once it started. So I was just stuck to him for a couple ticks. And it's the same with these guys. So, I don't know how they can fix it. It definitely feels worse with Sticky Fingers, but Sticky Fingers is also, like, really powerful. So, you don't really want to take it off. You don't like EOFs to begin with? Oh, hang on. Let me go back to the start of the conversation. I don't understand why there's so many people who want range to just be focused on bows. I would like crossbows to also be good, but once I've read through this, I'll get into why crossbows are a problem at the moment. Why would you not be able to choose between bows, crossbow, and throws for endgame instead of forcing to just bows? Yeah, so 6 EOFs and 3 arrows is kind of enough. Yeah, switchscape would be the first problem. Like if it was worth swapping between Hydrix bolts and everything constantly, then it would just make range even more switchscape, and range is kind of giga switchscape as it is. So you don't like EOFs to begin with. You're good with getting rid of them or limiting it to 1 or 2. How do you limit them? Do you make it so they have to like charge after they're equipped before they can spec? That would kind of break range. And melee as well? Range needs a fix. Currently, there's no good upgrades from Rune Arrow tier until much later. Broad arrows are 55, so they're an upgrade to Rune. Crystal Bow. Crystal Bow does exist, but you don't think it's the solution. Range feels. I mean, range definitely does struggle, but like especially at tier 60. Like, what do you use at tier 60? I guess now you could use Haven Silver. Haven Silver crossbows, I think, go up to tier 60. But before, it was like, if you wanted a tier 60 crossbow, firstly, what bolts are you even firing from it? I think it has to be, like, diamond bolts? So that's quite expensive to make. Dragon bolts? Where are you getting them from? Like, you're a character, you're a player slash character with 60 range. Where are you getting dragon bolts from? Diamond is the tips? Yeah. So if I remember rightly, diamond... So adamant bolts with diamond tip are, I think, tier 60? Not 100% sure if that's correct. Because their tier changes when you tip them, when you enchant them. I never keep track. All I know is that Hydrix, no matter what you do to them, they're 90. Well, I'd guess they're just 99. But they might be 95 or something. It'd make most sense for them to just be 99 because they're just capped to whatever the crossbow is then. But yeah, then, okay, so what crossbow were you firing that from? I guess now the answer is Haven Silver. Haven Silver +2 crossbows should be tier 60. But before, Demon Slayer crossbows? Oh god. That was unfortunate. I dived through that wall earlier. That time it didn't work. Also, you can use weapons without EUF. So sure, that's switching also. Some of them you can't. For instance, an ECB, if you unequip an ECB after using its spec from the actual weapon, it will get rid of the spec. It has to be in an EUF. But yeah, like all the tier 60 crossbows before kinda sucked. Elder, I mean, an Elder short bow needed Elder logs, which for an iron is 90 woodcutting, so I guess a fine option on a main, but then what arrows are you shooting? Unironically, when I... firing something out of a tier 8, tier 60 bow, I'm pretty sure you're better off buying, like, dark arrows or something from Dark Beasts, even though they're way too high a tier. But then you need a higher range level to even equip them for them to downgrade. So, like, there is very much a mess around about 60 to 80 with ranged. Which is ultimately just use a charge bow is the solution. And then there was the issue with SGB when that was released, and there wasn't any... The highest arrow in the game was, like, tier 90. I'm pretty sure it was Rax arrows were the best arrows in the game. So they're releasing a tier 92 bow, but it's only going to do tier 90 damage unless they also add arrows to Telos' drop table. Ah, screw it, we'll just make it a charge bow. Like, it's the best bow in the game. Surely it doesn't need ammo, right? EOFs are a better solution than the alternative, though, in my opinion. Did I do Telos much? Not particularly high in rage. No, not yet. Going back to Telos on the main before on this, for sure. It's been years, bluntly. Like, I haven't been... On Zappy, I did one Telos kill. And that was literally a 0%, like, tank and spank kill. On Naira 4, I did a few... On Naira 4, I did, like, a little bit. Like, I did a few P5 kills. But, I think, like, I basically did a few kills. Kind of roughly figured it out, not very well. And then realized, oh, I need better gear if I'm actually gonna kill this guy at an enrage where I can even remotely have a chance of getting an upgrade from him. So, my lifetime Telos kills are probably like 20. So, definitely gotta relearn that guy before going there on a hardcore. I mean, I'd probably do... Oh, wait, hang on. What do I... Need to press this real quick. I'd probably do a refresher on something as complicated as Telos anyway. But the fact that you can't teleport out of Telos means you don't have room to fuck up. You can't just let Rod proc and telly out. So that one's going to be a relearning experience. Araxor, less so. I've done a lot more kills there more recently. And you could also telly out if you know something's going wrong. Also, I just don't plan to do Rax above like 200% in rage. Like, there's no reason to rush a weapon from Rax anymore, so I don't need to sweat doing 300%. Also, Morven's challenge gem. I mean, the Ring of Death kind of means you should be okay. Like, having a Sign of Life and a Ring of Death means you should be okay. Even without the challenge gem. Or the challenge enhancer. The reason you only ever did Rax with a challenge enhancer before, in addition to having your Sign of Life off cooldown, the reason for all that was because you couldn't teleport. Having only... At a boss like Rax, where you could make, like, a mistake with the mechanics, and a mistake by killing yourself, having only one safety net was, not really as safe as you wanted to be. So you would have both Sign of Life and the challenge enhancer. But now you can teleport out, and you have Ring of Death. If Ring of Death procs, you just telly out. Having EOFs keeps more bosses and weapons relevant. Yeah, so what the alternatives to not having EOFs is we just have passives and stat sticks as necklaces. Basically, right? Or maybe a necklace with, like, a spec on it, but then you, or like an on use on it, but then you just swap between them. And I guess there's actually 3 alternatives I can think of. Yeah, so you have that world where EOFs just don't exist. We're all running around with Amulet of Souls or Reaper Necklace or some kind of like giga juiced up variant of them that doesn't have weapons put inside it for specs. So then basically ECB is like 50 mil. ZGS is dead. SGB is not fully dead because it's in some places it's worth switching to as an actual physical SGB like 4KF. Not entirely dead, but a lot more niche. Darkbow was what like you think about the stuff they made EOFs for, like Claws, Darkbow. These back when they were added, they were to re-give value to Slayer drops. They've kind of gone away from that. I actually would have kind of liked that if I'm gonna be honest. Like if they kept Slayer drops as having like the big specs but on slightly weaker weapons, and the EOFs with that bridge bringing them into PVM. That is a stack of blood runes. Very nice. Okay, I'm gonna pop to the restroom real quick. Right, so that's one alternative to EOFs existing is that they just don't exist. And a bunch of items that were good suck. And basically every time they released a weapon that was better than the weapon before it. See, this doesn't happen as much in old school as it does in RS3. I guess it kind of happens with their mega rares, but like, they're called mega rares for a reason. They're stupidly rare, right? So, but our BIS items, even if they're not that rare, just demand like way more money than everything else. Whereas in old school, even the lower tier items seem to like actually maintain some semblance of value, even though they're presumably being pumped into the game way more often than new players are buying them. So I don't know how that works. I'm assuming that's got something to do with their sync system that they have. Like they'll just, how do I explain this? That was an animation stool. If that wasn't an animation stool, I was caught 100% there. So the way the GE tax works in old school, to my understanding, is that it all goes into a pot. And then when items are massively oversupplied, that pot is taken from to buy those items off the GE and delete them. So it acts as a gold sink, and then the gold sink is then used as an item sink. But by item sinking, it then puts money back into the game because it's buying items off players. So it's kind of like a a balancing mechanism that can go both ways instead of just one direction, which is kind of neat. I enjoy that as a design to look at. And to just think about. But I don't know if we have exactly that over here. Like, the obvious thing people would point to is like CoinShare. But CoinShare wasn't exactly that. It would put the item on the GE, and it would drop coins equal to whatever the GE mid value was. Which for some items was a massive problem because they put them in the game with overinflated GE values, like Dragor weapons. Like, I'm pretty sure there was a thing at one point where people like, yeah, there's, or a mod was like, yeah, there's basically a few Dragors still in the GE for their mid price because they dropped with CoinShare, but no one's ever going to buy them for that. So... But yeah, the point is our BIS items command the money, and everything else just really doesn't. So EOFs exist to solve that problem and bring some value to items that aren't the highest tier in the game. So that would be the number one problem of just don't have EOFs, is that EOFs actually solve a problem. And they do it pretty well, I think. Like, SGB being good in an EOF has very much helped its price stay up, right? So that's like an example of where it's done very well for the item. The alternative is... Another alternative is limiting EOFs in some way, like adding a charging system to them. For instance, we've seen charging on gear, where you have to have the gear on for a certain amount of time before it gives its effects, to try and tame Switchscape. Yeah, the drop rate from KK was nuts, especially when you look at the drop rate from Virago as well. They really wanted their new bosses to do well. Actually, I think that's why they did it. I think they really wanted to attract people to the new EOC bosses and get them learning the EOC system, so they put a big carrot on the fishing rod. Yeah, so like you could limit EOFs in some way. Limit how many you can have, and instead of like them consuming a weapon to change the spec once, it consumes the eternal EOF or whatever it was called in leagues. You have something like that where you charge it with weapons, and then at a bank you can change it between different weapons, but you could only have one on an account. In the past, I could have seen that being a thing. Like, in the past. Modern day, I can't see that flying. I think if they went back, like if they had foresight to where EOFs would end up, and they went back and redid them with that foresight, I think we would have seen a system where EOFs were a one per account item. I genuinely believe that. But the game, like, that's not the way the game's been designed, like, on top of that. Items have been added to the game that are literally there to go in EOFs. Example. The weapons we're going for. While on an Iron Man, these are really good progression weapons, or progression drops. On a main, I guess at level 90 they are pretty good, but on a main, these very quickly turn to EOF weapons. I'm actually kind of surprised they are tier 90, actually. I think in the past, these weapons would have been, like, tier 70. Wait, I forgot the chest. I think in the past, these weapons would have been, like, tier 70. They would have still had the specs and been EOF fodder, but I think they would have been level 70 weapons. So I am surprised that they're tier 90. I guess the tier 70 space is kind of because of the same thing that's led to my expectation of that. The tier 70 space is very crowded. You just proved your issue with EOF. This is just EOF fodder. But what's the alternative? They release lower tier weapons and everyone goes, oh, well, those are useless. Because basically the way you progress is you don't go from a tier 70 to a tier 75 to a tier 78 to a tier 80 to a tier 83 to a tier 85 to a tier 87 to a tier 90. You don't progress like that. You grab a stack of chins, you sit in the abyss to get to level 80, buy a tier 80 weapon, and then you sit in the abyss and get to level 90 when you want to buy the level 90 weapon. You can't just, like, keep adding micro progression points, because people will just skip over them because it's more efficient to just not create progression. I mean, play Iron Man. Everything's progression as an Iron Man. But yeah, I think if they had originally been designed this way, or it in this world, if an EOF had been designed as literally as the, EOF we got in Leagues, where it's one necklace, you put the weapons in it to unlock them in that necklace. Jesus H. Why am I failing so much on that guy? Yeah, I think it would have been better overall if EOF was more like the League's EOF, where it was just one thing, you got to put one weapon in it at a time. You could change it at a bank. But the thing is, when they were created to be... How do I put this? They were created to be... They were created to be an item sink, first and foremost. They were supposed to increase the price of weapons that were just rotting in people's banks, because PvP dying had killed the value of spec weapons like the dark bow that were basically taken to the wilderness to die with, so that you could sometimes use them to KO people. That was why EOFs originally existed, and having this permanent unlock style doesn't work as that, like, constant item sink. Their idea was much more along the lines of, you don't have a dark bow EOF. You have an EOF and you have a stack of dark bows, and whenever you want to range, you put a dark bow in there, right? That's what they wanted. Instead, we just have, like, a dyed variant of every EOF and a dyed variant of every ornamental EOF in people's banks, so that they don't have to keep switching them. And then also you start taking loads of them to a boss, which is how we've ended up here. So they could limit EOFs. I think the ship sailed on that one. I don't think you could limit people to a single or even, like, 2 specs and them not complain at this point. And then what was the third option? What was the third option? I thought of a third option at a point. There was just delete EOFs, which I don't like. Restrict EOFs via like charging or literally making it a single item per account kind of way. Which again, I think the ship sailed on that kind of thing. Port/herb run? Aww. I have to do my chores. What was the third option? Oh yeah, the third option is permanent unlocks, right? The third option is that instead of an EOF being a necklace that holds a weapon, you use an EOF on a weapon, they both get consumed, and you unlock the Dark Bow special attack as an ability. That's the alternative. That could actually... The power creep would be freaking insane. I mean, that maybe it wouldn't be any worse than it is now, because people will just bring 5 EOFs if they need to. The problem in the past was how thresholds worked and how special attacks were basically what we now have as enhanced abilities, right? Like Snapshot is basically just a weaker Dark Bow special attack now, right? Oh, that ad break timing. Why did it not warn me that there were going to be ads? I would have snoozed them. Ooh. 87 Inferno Ashes. Lovely. Okay, I've been called to do a farm run in my ports, so let's be a good Iron Man. And then we'll get back in there. Those voyages both actually succeeded. What the heck? Yeah, I'm just gonna grab the battle hull for this one. I don't know if it's a good idea to be buying upgrades based on the voyage you happen to be doing. But at least at these regions where you get the, what's it called? Where you get the... Where you get the upgrades quick enough, it seems fine. Okay, do I have a good morale guy? Because I do not have good morale stuff on the ship. We can put a battle hull on. And then... I think that Varrock Chef is probably my best option of, like, you. 71%. Enchanted Figurehead makes it 75. Yeah, we send it. It's the last voyage of the day, so what can go wrong? What's the oh yeah, it's my Armadillo God banner. Once you do all the tasks and stuff for it, it looks a little more decorative. Can you post a wiki link to the ports guide you're using? Sure, go ahead. I'm not following a guide either, I'm just winging it. At some point I might follow Cag's guide, but very much winging it for now. I'm gonna go to Cafferby quickly and check my what's it called? Need to check my super compost. Anyway, your point was we need better range progression. Give us new arrows, bolts, thrown weapons from ores and logs so we can have unaugmented alternatives. The problem is as soon as it's unaugmented, it's not just less useful because you can't, you know, put P6 U4 on it or whatever. You also can't level up invention with unaugmented gear. And a big part of, like, early game account progression is leveling up invention. So unaugmented gear just starts going right down the priority list. Why do you think I put so much stock in getting the Sun Spear? Even though Vanquish exists and is only 3 tiers lower. It's the same as the smithing items for melee? I mean, you shouldn't be using the smithing items for melee. You could choose not to go for invention right away. I think that's foolish. Everything isn't about min-max. That's fair. I'm very much a min-max efficiency scape player. You can have different progression paths. Yeah, but you shouldn't shovel shit on people just because they chose a different path, is my point. And and as far as I'm concerned, Elder Rune gear is the definition of shoveling shit on people. An unaugmentable plate body that doesn't even give stats equal to its level, that costs over $1 mil to repair, is the definition of shoveling shit on people for poor choices. Never, ever use Elder Rune armor. It's so freaking bad. And it degrades super fast as well if you don't upgrade it to +5. To be honest, you hate invention and charges? I'm not a fan of the charge system. I feel like the charge system mostly exists to give divination an actual use because it came out and didn't really have one. Like, if divination wasn't needed for invention, would I still have 46 divination? Okay, I guess not, because gate is what leveled up my divination. But you get the point. Would I actually have bothered leveling up divination just for higher tier porters? Like, there are some divination products that are nice, like portents of restoration, alright. But there's also a load of garbage in there. And the transmutation system, like the idea of being able to transmute lower tier resources to higher tier ones, has had some application. Like, Kafar's Desert Locked Iron Man. Actually, I'm pretty sure that's he's still hardcore on that thing. His Desert Locked Hardcore is a pretty good example of where the transmutation system has its uses. But when the only time I can think that a system has been used, let alone has a notable use, is in an escape room on Ashdale, or a Desert Locked Iron Man, which is like one of the strictest kind of snowflakes you can play. I don't think that's a particularly well done widespread appeal skill. You can also repair it with the bars, no need to pay GP. The XP cost of doing that is kind of insane. The problem is Raka, is the idea of Elder Rune isn't a problem. Elder Rune being the blueprint for further things going forward would be horrible, because the mining and smithing rework and all the kind of stuff around it was, if I was going to put like a point in the sand to say like this is where when the like mega monkey paw skilling update started happening, the mining and smithing rework definitely feels like a flag in the sand I could place, where like it added stuff that's like, hey, yeah, you can use this and this is good, but, and there's always a but, and everything since the mining and smithing update when it comes to scaling has always been a but. And it's it gets really frustrating, and seeing it just like slowly potentially stopping now and not being just that awful is really, really cathartic. But it feels more like losing an ankle weight than some elation. Would you say Necro's a good focus for Iron Man? Necromancy would be an excellent focus for Iron Man. Literally the only gripe, like, not gripe, yeah, great. The reason I'm not doing Necromancy as my like progression style is because it's got a very linear progression system, and I'm not really interested in playing a linear progression system. But if you're pretty new to RS3, you don't know a load of the bosses, you don't know where this codex is, or that weapon upgrade is, or this armor set is, and all that kind of stuff, Necromancy is fine. Necromancy will, like, you know, all the things I basically just said, minus the skill codexes, because you don't have those as Necro because it's newer. Actually, you do. You do have a Necro skill codex. I'm wrong. Invoke Lord of Bones exists. But Necromancy, as you play through it, will start putting all that stuff in you and point you in those directions more. Like, it'll make more of an effort to point you in those directions than if you just grabbed the crystal bow and started using ranged. Easy upkeep, he says. Every time I'm getting low on ectoplasm, you cry tears. I mean, every style's now getting the upkeep treatment, so Necromancy's upkeep isn't exactly atrocious. Also, from what I understand, the addition of the ectoplasm, necroplasm, I forget which one it is. The one you use to summon stuff. The addition of the ritual for that helped a lot with conjure, keeping up with conjures and stuff. Okay, so apparently you don't get caught by this chest, huh? What? But he even says the words. How did I not get caught? What? Okay. The more you learn, I guess. Takes 2 tick to get caught. He only sees you for 1. That looks so much longer than 1 tick, though. Like, he says the words and I'm still in the circle. Feels so much longer than a single tick. I've already done that. Also, there is a party in this, There's a party in this. Wait, this is the... Oh, okay. I thought I'd pressed the shadow anchor because that chest was visible. Oops. You got an abyssal wand? Huge. Gransracker. 62k KC. Nice. Yeah, I don't know why that chest is a safe spot. That's kind of weird. Appreciated the knowledge, though. Very useful. Pretty sure it just looks like it because the aggro circle doesn't match the actual radius. Why am I not surprised? What's the best way for Artisan for Ironman? Trying to do that at work on mobile is the quickest way, just the armor sets. I prefer making burial boots. Or burial gloves, but making the 1 tier, the 1 bar items and doing that from when you can make them make the metal at maximum heat is what I like doing. Making the full burial set just requires reheating the items so much that it ends up being slower and not AFK, and like how Sunshine doesn't match up with the radius of the buff. That's because Sunshine doesn't have a radius. Sunshine is not a circle. As much as it looks like a circle, it is a 7x7 square. So, yeah. The radius doesn't match up because they drew a circle inside a 7x7 square. Which is something that does actually irk me a little bit about this game. This game has really tried to obfuscate the fact that it's a tile-based game and that everything is squares. And then you end up like with stuff like BGH, where the circles are like not quite accurate, really juttery, and sometimes it looks like you weren't in something, but you were because you were in the square, you just weren't in the drawn circle. I've seen people doing boots, but didn't know just why. It is basically just heat. Heat management is the name of the game. When you make boots, when you can make an item at maximum heat, and you make an inventory of boots in a single click, and they all start at max heat, you then click the anvil, and you finish smelting the boots before they reach 33% heat. And when they reach 33% heat is when things become really slow. So if you smith everything before then, you're basically smithing at maximum speed. Just like Zuck Firewall. Yeah, Zuck Firewall, Karapak Lightning. Although Karapak Lightning has the additional thing of also being of animating behind itself. So like, you remember how I said earlier about how the player character is the player character, when you're moving, you're animating towards the tile that you've already moved to. If I click a tile, I teleport to that tile, and then my client animates my character walking to that tile. That's the same way Karapak Lightning works, the same way mirrorbacks work in Araxor. So like how mirrorbacks kill you before they've actually appeared, it's because they're already there, just the client is currently animating them falling from the ceiling or digging out of the ground. So there should be in my opinion, there should be a delay where the first few ticks that they've spawned and they're animating, they shouldn't reflect. But obviously, that's not how it works. Just as soon as they've spawned, even if they're still doing their spawn animation, they reflect. And it just works like that for so many things in the game. And that's kind of just like you have to just keep in mind. Remember how it's going to affect whatever it is you're doing. Usually press SGB spec. Hey, I mean, that is a very quick trip to visit a friend. Ambi beams? I haven't done too much ambi. What? Okay, I 100% lagged there. Because I dived before I was in the circle. And the dive didn't not go through. You'd like to gamble on the fact that a mirrorback won't spawn and throw out a skull? Boy, do I have bad news for you. You know exactly which spider is going to be the special one, and it's a higher chance of being a mirrorback than a pulsing spider. Will you get Wyvern crossbow before rate? I don't know. I don't know what the rate is for Wyvern crossbow. Does Ring of Death work on hardcore? Ring of Death has been changed. I'm assuming you mean the old Ring of Death where it would like teleport you to Death's office instead of killing you and take charges off the ring instead of you paying death costs. That's not how it works anymore. The way the Ring of Death works now, and yes, it does work on a hardcore Iron Man, is it will, instead of you dying, so it works like a sign of life. It's a replacement effect. You don't actually die, but instead of you dying, it takes whatever would have killed you. It heals you, takes whatever would have killed you, and turns that into a dot that increases over time. You see, all hardcores use Ring of Life. So Ring of Life and Ring of Death have different use cases. A Ring of Life will say, well, a Ring of Life can save you from a DC. It's not a will. It's not like an escape crystal. But a Ring of Life can save you from a DC. If you DC with a Ring of Death on, the Ring of Death's just going to proc and the dot's going to kill you. The Ring of Death is good in places where the Ring of Life won't be able to trigger. So stuff like Cowfight King, he stuns you a bunch. If a Ring of Life procs while you're stunned, it won't save you. So there, you would take Ring of Death. Because it's much more likely that you end up dying because you were stunned and unable to Ring of Life than because you DC'd. Unless you've been having a really bad day with connection, at which point, why are you at Cowfight King? But yeah, so they have different applications. Ring of Death can save you. Like, if a mob hits too hard, the chance of it dropping you to a health point threshold where Ring of Life will proc gets lower and lower the bigger the hits. Ring of Life can only ever save you if you go below 10% of your maximum, or 10% of your base hit points. So 990 hit points when you're 99 constitution. If the mob's hitting for 3Ks, the chance of the Ring of Life proccing is very low. And at that point, you basically have to weigh up what's more likely, that I die without proccing Ring of Life, or that I DC. And even if you DC, the Ring of Life might not save you still, because you still need to go under 10% health. I remember seeing someone actually demanding a bunch of, like, not demanding, theorizing, like, a better Ring of Life made out of, like, platinum and, like, Hydrixes and stuff that would be consumed when it procced, just like a Ring of Life. But instead of the way the current Ring of Life works, where it teleports you if you drop below a certain health threshold. They wanted this Ring of Salvation or something, I think they called it. They wanted it to teleport you if you died. Like, heal you and teleport you out if you died. And I saw that, and I was like, okay, a hardcore never takes that thing off and basically can't lose status except at Archglacier and Telos. That's the level of power that would be. So, yeah, that's basically a difference between Ring of Death and Ring of Life. Ring of Death's good if stuff will be able to kill you through the Ring of Life threshold. And the Ring of Life is good when the biggest threat is a DC. Like, if you're so comfortable with something that you don't imagine you're gonna die to a misplay or screwing up a mechanic. What the heck? I clicked the barrier and my character, like, pathed at a diagonal towards the end. Can you click segments of the barrier? I thought it was just one entity. Wait, a Platinum Ring already does that? You take lethal damage and it teleports you to Herald. Wait, then why doesn't everyone just wear that? Okay, he's not coming in there. Oh, because you die and get sent to Death's office. No. This would prevent you dying. Ring of Retribution. Reflects 15% of damage taken back to the target. Wait. This doesn't do anything like what you just said, does it? This is a reflection ring, like a recoil ring on steroids. This is a Ring of Suffering. Also, someone asked why I'm doing a bunch of thieving. We are... we are trying to get our first unique from the Vault of Hereditas. And that unique is going to determine what style we focus on for the foreseeable future. If we get the bow, we're going to be a ranger. If we get the staff, we're going to be a mage. And if we get the mask, you get the... if we get the mask, we're going to be a meleeer. So that's why we're here. Mask is the melee option, with also coming with the funny of not actually doing anything for melee. It was a joke. You get... Okay, fair. Fair. I missed the joke. Big whoosh. Big whoosh moment. You hope it's range? I'll be honest. Part of me wants it to be the staff. Because if it's the staff, then I have, like, the easiest job. But also, it's the most boring job, right? Is it Necro if no drop? No, Necro is not an option. I will keep going till I get a drop. If I get 120 thieving before I see a drop here, I will still be here. I'll just lose less loot every time I fuck up. Yeah, range is the one I'm most interested in. Melee is the one that I've got, like, unfinished business with from the group Iron Man. And mage is the safe one. Like, mage is the easy one. I know what I would do for mage. It would be, like, some of the safest grinds. So, like, mage would kind of be the least interesting. I was hoping to follow that up with but we're playing mage anyway, but no. That was good loot though. That was good loot. But yeah, and there isn't anything that will make me focus on necromancy as the first style on a new account. Like, I'll do necromancy later, but not as the first style. Because the first style is the most, like, interesting because it is inherently your most powerful style. And you have the least to work with. I don't have overloads. I don't have curses. I don't have ancient invention yet, although I'm hoping to get that relatively soon. He did not walk as far as I was expecting. But yeah, the mage path, I think, will have changed enough to be interesting from that perspective. In mostly that I'm just not going Hellware or Axor. Or Hellware, Carapac, or Axor. Definitely still doing Carapac, though. That's not out of the question. I think the main thing I wouldn't be looking forward to with Magic is that I get G-Conk. I get some augmentable armor. And then I go to Sanctum normal mode for tier 95s. And as good as Sanctum hard mode looks, well, as good as the fights are in Sanctum normal mode, the triple sign of life for free part of it makes it kinda not have any teeth. Like, I would basically be grinding for tier 95s on a hardcore in a way that I could never possibly lose the hardcore. Which doesn't feel right. Wait, actually, is Sanctum normal mode safe deaths in addition to the cheat deaths that it gives you? Oh, hang on, I didn't do the chests. I remember it being safe deaths on release, but I can't remember if that was like a limited event for the first week. Because, like, I remember the first time on the previous Iron where I, like, when you go and do the puzzle, like, the puzzle was atrocious. The puzzle was atrocious if you, like, because I play very Fate top down, right? So I went down, I dealt with the ads and clicked the thing, and then it just put 3 sigils on the ground that were like, wait, what? And then someone's like, oh, you have to turn your camera up so you can look at the sigils floating to the north or whatever. And it's just like, and the fact I couldn't see that just because my camera, the way my camera was positioned when I entered the arena or entered that segment, was kind of memes. According to Wiki, it's still a safe death in normal mode. No shot. Like, okay, I'm all down for teaching content. Like, I'm all down for giving people an environment to learn in. But can this not... Why did you do it in the dungeon that drops tier 95 weapons is the only thing I want to know. Like, as much as like PVM should be accessible and stuff, the content that drops the best weapons in the game should be hard and should be punishing. Because you're getting the best rewards in the game for doing it. The tier 95s dropping in normal mode wouldn't be a problem if the cheat death thing didn't exist, right? How many heists, how many drops? I don't know how many. That's a good question. How do I check? I'm assuming it's not in the Beasts tab. You can quick chat it. Nine. We have done 9. And we have not. We have not had a drop yet. Which, to be fair, that's perfectly expected. I was in there for 2 ticks. I stepped in and surged. Did my surge get delayed? I must have just not clicked surge fast enough, is all I could think of there. They have a very good off-style spec as well. I don't think the spec is as good anymore. Yeah, they are a very, very potent drop to get. And I like the normal mode fights. I just don't like that you can't die. Like in my brain, the inability to die doing something like that. And it's not a very short grind either, is the other thing. Like I really burnt out doing Sanctum on Zappy, and it wasn't because it was just like I got unlucky. Like I'd proven multiple times that I was not I mean, I wasn't fine with going dry that many times. I was starting to get a little frustrated with it. But like it wasn't a case of like just going dry was enough to burn me out on it. It was just the fact that it was so there wasn't any stakes, you know? It was just all it was like an inevitability. I wasn't like competing against something. I was checking in and checking out and getting my paycheck, you know? That's what normal mode Sanctum feels like. And yeah, and I mean I guess you could do like self-imposed stuff, like if you could do self-imposed stuff like if you proc a cheat death, you just insta-tally out. But then like that's not actually interesting on a hardcore, right? Because the risk on a hardcore is if you die, it's a very permanent thing. Is hard mode care out of the question? Oh, what, instead of going for the wand and orb from Sanctum? The thing is, I just don't see why you would ever choose to go for hard mode Carapac before the wand and orb. Just do hard mode then? I mean, that is for fun's sake, that is the correct choice. I think I got caught there. No, I didn't. I actually thought I should have got caught there. I'll take that. Your biggest problem with Sanctum is Nakatra. Her fights take so long with barely any room for error. It feels like that the first time you do them. It's very much you start learning a rhythm with her. Because being this is a fun experience for all. That's fair. I mean, Carapac is a more interesting boss to go for. Like, a Fasoa, sorry, is a more interesting tier 95 to go for first than Wand and Orb, that's for sure. The main issue I have with going, like, not, like, skipping Sanctum hard mode, Sanctum normal mode and just going there when you can do hard mode is that it feels like you're just so much better off going there as soon as you can do normal mode with any reasonable cadence. Because normal mode isn't a supply drain. Like, that's the other thing. As soon as you have Soul Split and you get comfortable Soul Split flicking those bosses, they're basically no food. A lot of them in normal mode. So it's not a supply drain to go and get the tier 95 Wand and Orb. So you come out of Sanctum with, like, maybe you're down a bunch of overloads and stuff like that. But you should be keeping up with your herb runs to keep those up once you start doing that kind of PVM. But you come out of it with whatever food you have, because you didn't spend it all. But you come out with tier 95s, your supplies are ready to go, and you can just jump straight into your next grind, which is exactly what I was doing on Zappy. Like, before we started the group Ironman, I started doing hard mode Carapac for the Fasoa. I think we got up to, like, I think I did like 60 kills or something, and then Gim dropped and we went and did that. Yeah, I just, like, if I'm gonna kill hard mode Carapac, why wouldn't I get tier 95s that are pretty much free before going and killing Carapac? Other than it being more interesting. Like, I'll do things because they're more interesting, but I'll never be stupid to be more interesting. And it feels like going to Carapac with tier 90s instead of tier 95s is one of those being stupid to be interesting moments. I mean, if you, at least for me, this is that's kind of like a more personal statement, I guess, because I'm not as good a PVMer as some people out there. There are plenty of hardcores who have recently started that are significantly better at PVM than me, and I imagine they will just, if they want to focus magic, they'll just go straight for the Fasoa, because they will be able to farm Carapac pretty much. Whereas for me, it would be, you know, doing hard mode Carapac would actually be a relatively risky thing. There's also the fact that I want to... how do I put this? There's also the fact that I want to make the videos I'm making as relatable as possible. And in order to do that, I need to... Like, I can play the game quickly. Nothing I've done up to this point is flexing anything other than knowledge. And I can put that knowledge into the video and that will translate along. And knowledge you get from us. Yeah, it's flexing the communal knowledge, let's say. That is something. There is something to be said about having a wiki constantly shout at you every time you do something wrong. Would you solo? I would, yeah. If I can solo something, then I think it makes better content to solo it than to group it. It's not more efficient. Damn, 120 Inferno Ashes. Lovely. Solo Violence Tree when? I knew that was coming. Yomi's favorite boss is Solak, is one thing I know for sure. at the end of the day, we are just the invention perk talking. If you ever heard of the thing that software devs use a lot, rubber ducking, the fact that I'm just sitting here and like talking out everything that I'm doing, the amount of times I'll talk out something that I'm thinking about doing, or that I'm like trying to piece like the next few days together in my head, and I'll like talk it out loud, and I'll sit there and just go, no, I'm a freaking idiot. Why would I do that? Whereas if I was just sitting here on my own, it would just be like, yeah, I'll just do that. But just like internally in my head. Man, my success rate on these boys is bad. Move? 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 What? What? Hang on. Huh? Was dive on cooldown? And I just ran straight into that because I was looking at the chat box. Was dive on cooldown? Why did I get caught by the one down here? Like, I walked into that guy like a moron, but... It was still on CD because you used it at the other ghost? But when I looked at it just after I got caught, it had like 5 seconds on it. That was not a 5-second... I didn't dive from this guy to that guy, spawn a ghost, and get caught in 5 seconds. I don't think I could pickpocket that quick. Even if I failed literally every single one. Did I do that? Did I do like a dive where I dive in place? And then that put it on cooldown and I just didn't notice? Too hard on yourself? About what? I call myself out when I do stupid stuff and keep myself accountable to myself. That's just how I deal with things. Like, I guess there's one way of looking at it is that I'm leaning too much in the whole be your own critic thing where, or you are your own worst critic. Where I'm literally like, you know, beating myself up over every small thing. But at the same time, just being honest with yourself when you make a mistake. Or like come up with a bad idea or something. Is what I consider the quickest way to learn. Like, you can accept the fact that, oh, I didn't know this, therefore my, you know, therefore my decision was ill-informed. But you don't have to reinforce that. Because if you just accept that I'm going to make bad decisions all the time because I don't know everything, then you just continue making bad decisions. It's like, what's a good example to use? Like when Gate first came out, and when Gate first came out, you were in one of two camps. You either frantically clicked oh wait, hang on, he comes in here next. I forgot. I misremembered his pathing order. Calling yourself an idiot or stupid doesn't help. It's an expression. I didn't really mean it. That part's just building it up for a cheap laugh, I guess. Or playing up for a cheap laugh. There's not really much more to that. Yeah, so it was also just like kind of like an extreme example for that example I was giving. Like a better example is like say I'm talking about something of like I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this and I'm gonna do this and that's gonna let me do this, and then I like realize as I've put all that together, it's like, wait, how am I doing the second thing in that order? Because the reward from the third thing solves the second thing, so they're out of order. It's like those small things. I guess a better way to phrase it would be that's stupid, not I'm stupid. Say that the idea I came up with was stupid rather than rather than self-deprecate. It's probably a healthier way to phrase it. But internally that's basically how I treat it. And it's like a lot of the times where I'll like get worked up and, well, not very worked up. Like I'll get animated about something. And it's like, oh, what the heck happened there? Oh, that was dumb. Or, and it's like, but then I'll actually ask like, okay, what actually happened there? Like, was my dive on cooldown? Could I just not path through the wall? Which is why when I like try and dive somewhere and immediately, and it doesn't work out, my immediate thought is, look at the chat box. Does it say you can't dive through something? Because that's an immediate tell of, oh, okay, I was trying to dive through some actual solid scenery, which not all the scenery is, which makes it tricky to learn from that rather than just dive into every wall until you start phasing through them. Oh, I clicked too early. Impatience caught me out. Okay, that's an odd number of tiles, that's why. So when there's an odd number of tiles and you're running along them, your character will actually like slow down and walk the last tile. So what I will have done there is I will have clicked up as I was like on the second to last tile, but I still had one more tile to walk, which was the next tick before next tick after I clicked. No, this is one spot I don't like the spirit. These spots are kind of awkward for the spirit because the point you pickpocket from. I guess I could dive into that bush instead of trying to dive down there. Yeah, see, look, it's just, look at it, and it's like, oh, I don't really like that. And then you look around, it's like, why don't I like that? What can I do differently? Is this me having come up with a silly solution, or is it me? You can stand on his head. Wait, I thought the pickpocketing spots were kind of fixed. Are they not? Because, like, to me, these guys seem like they cover 2 tiles, and you should be able to stand on the 6 tiles around those. And... oh, okay. So there are different spots you can actually pickpocket from. Good to know. I'm guessing I just have naturally always been going to the one that is the most efficient path. Yes, Doris is getting her stick. Isn't that right, Doris? You getting your stick? I'd ask if you guys want to say hi, but she's I'm sorry to say she's got more important matters to attend to. She has her pillow, her blankie, and her stick. I can't always. She always brightens your day. She always brightens mine as well. Am I inting? Is that guy? Oh, this is. Oh, that's bad. Bad. Yeah. Okay, that was silly. That was. I should have looked before I ran. Oh well. Wait, is he going in that room? Yeah, he is. I should have looked before I ran. I might not get 500 this run. I have made a few mistakes. I'm assuming his pathing is fixed. But I always have to, like, really look at him. And I'm just constantly guessing, like, are you gonna come in here, or not? You know what would be a cool thieving cape perk for the 120 cape instead of just losing less loot when you get caught? What if it just added 1 tick to getting caught? So it took 3 ticks instead of 2. Would that make it too easy? I mean, it's a 120 cape perk. It's supposed to make the skill easier or better. You think it's east, west, south, north? Oh, he crosses over. So he goes east to west to south to north. Oh, okay. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you very much, Pesky. Yeah, she's very happy with that. look at how comfy and set up she is, and I didn't move her blankie. She's done that. Pateau was just saying that Doris brightens their day. Pateau was just saying that Doris brightens their day. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm not getting I'm getting 492. I made a few too many mistakes. Or I guess 1 too many mistakes. It's fine. Scuff is stuff, right? My lockpick is failing me. I see the ports notification. If he starts at west, he goes east to south to north to west. Also goes north to west to east to south. North to west, east to south. It's backwards. No, wait, it's not backwards, Swen. Big drop of Inferno Ashes. How are we doing on those Inferno Ashes anyway? I mean, there's not much point me checking this because I think I'm pretty much out of voyages. Oh, I'm not. I'm technically not out of voyages. We've got a morale one to do. Although I think my morale boys are off on the other mission. So maybe I wait for them to come back before sending this off. And I can't actually buy this crate of riches. Yeah, we wait for the boys to come back. I'm gonna check on how many Infernal Ashes I have real quick. Where's that bow drop? It'll come. 440 Inferno Ashes out of 1200. So we're a bit over a third of the way through the Inferno Ash stack. And we've done like what, 10 KC? So yeah, I guess about 30 KC. We've had a bit of good luck though, so maybe a bit more than that. But yeah, I did this on my main a bit, where basically like my only buff was Crystal Mask because I didn't have the thieving outfit on my main. Because I did what's it called? He did safe cracking, and you don't really get the thieving outfit from doing safe cracking. Also, I just realized the heists don't level up your pickpocketing bag. Has it been taking charge? I don't think it's been taking charge either. Spawning these spirits real fast. Yeah, with Crystal Mask, like, you barely get caught here, it feels like. So I kind of miss having that. But that's going all the way to the Light Within, which is quite a questing grind. Wait, did I get everything from him? Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's quite a questing grind to go for the Light Within. And I'm not sure it's worth it just yet. Like, I'm going for one unique here, which shouldn't take amazingly long. I'm taking it you guys have preferences. Everyone has a preference on what weapon we get. I'm gonna get myself trapped in here by the time I picklock this chest, he's gonna be like literally right out here. This is unideal. You'd love to see melee. Melee could be interesting. Melee could be interesting. If I had to like rank them in terms of goodness, like how, with good being like how easy something is, or almost ran too soon. Your vote's on range? That doesn't surprise me, Rain. But yeah, like, in terms of easiness of like, I mean like easiness to plot out a path and risk level of going down that path. And I think Mage is easily at the top. Like Mage is the simplest path. It's armor, G-Conk, Odin Roar. And each stage of that is pretty safe. No mode Carapac, I mean, he hurts a little bit. But not a massive amount. The armor is basically just Krill. There's not much reason to do Hellwear for just armor. I mean, I guess Planted Feet. Going to Hellwear and getting Planted Feet would be a good idea. So maybe there's a little Hellwear in there. And I guess at that point you need a Hellwear 1. Oh no. I was gonna say you need a Hellwear 1 to put it on a, that would 100% be Planted Feet on the Sun Spear. Vafrion, thank you very much for the follow, dude. Appreciate that very much. Easiness, magic, melee, range. I think I would agree. Magic is definitely the easiest to plot out route, the safest because it has animate dead, whereas the other styles would be limited to darkness. I guess technically I could do hybrid armor setups where I use multiple pieces of Ganodermic to utilize animate dead. The thing is, you need very good accuracy to do that, because every piece of animate dead, every piece of mage armor you stick on for animate dead will hurt your accuracy with your actual style that you're using. Works fine with necromancy at at Raziel because your accuracy is usually pretty fine. But say I was to go do the Zuck waves with melee, and I threw on 3 pieces of mage tank armor to use animate dead. I would have some issues hitting Zuck, I think, in that world. Actually, in that world, I would probably take an armor. I would probably take an armor switch, and lose animate dead at Zuck himself in favor of just getting the accuracy and damage. Because I feel like once you're used to Zuck's mechanics, they all hurt, but you know how much they're gonna hurt. So you can't really get caught out by them too much. And you're better off just doing less of them than taking less damage from each one individually. Caught your video on YouTube yesterday. Glad you're back. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'd say it's good to be back, but it took him less than a month to pull the grandfather Drake shenanigans, so let's hope that was a one-off. Hybriding at Mascot was cheeks because there's like a 30% difference in accuracy between styles. Wait, is that because of a Mascot's affinities, or because of like D-Simi and stuff? Between mage and melee is rough. It's because of affinities. Huh. Cool. One of those things that didn't affect you, but if it did, you would have just had the ACC fight them and force them to give it back. So it's... Oh god. Please tell me I screwed that up. I was reading chat. Oops. I was reading chat and not looking where I was going. No worries. When I'm not doing something like super dangerous, I will or like, yeah, when I'm not doing something that's like super dangerous and actually risky, I will just happily reach out while I do it. Because like, if I get caught here, it's like, oh no, a little time loss. And I mean, last time I actually managed to get caught enough to not get 500 loot, which is not ideal. But I'd much rather be chatting with you guys than laser focused and getting the 500 runs in every 14 minutes or whatever. Lord of Bone stack, solve it after a minute. Fair enough. Yeah, you would have the ACCC fight them and force them to give it back. So it's just drama you're not interested in. The whole thing that concerned me about hearing about it is that like some of the other stuff they've done might have like legal loopholed their way through it by like saying that if you were on Premier membership, then it wouldn't affect your grandfathered rates, but then changing it to 12-month membership instead of Premier membership was able to like nullify that that statement made by a previous employee because Premier and 12-month membership are different service offering. And it's just like when you start like looking at all the legal bit of it, it's just like, ugh. Someone with too greasy hair looked at this. That's probably not fair, but it's just one of those things of someone's job is out there is to sweat the small details, and it feels bad when you get small details sweated. It didn't affect me either. I've never had grandfathered rates in the game. I just dive. Was it on cooldown, or did I just dive in the same tick as starting a pickpocket? Man, diving away from those guys is probably not the play. I should probably just spam click to run away. I should start doing that instead. When the post started showing up on Reddit at first, there was a JMod that posted they would look into it. Yeah, I think the problem is like with stuff like this, when it comes to stuff like involving legal terminology and contracts and like exchange of funds and all that kind of stuff, people get like really annoyed that like, oh, why did the mods suddenly go quiet when they're taking more money from us and all that kind of stuff. And you just know exactly, like, behind the scenes, they will have been told, hey, we're going to do this, we're expecting backlash, but remember, you know, you're not a trained lawyer, it's best not to talk about this stuff in public and, you know, say stuff that could be construed as a promise made by the company and all that kind of, like, all the legal stuff that could get them actually in trouble for doing it, right? So if they were to speak out about it or go against what they're told to do, they could lose their job and stuff like that. And it's like you can't expect them to lose their job over just talking on a Reddit post instead of doing what they're told. It affected you, Kyle. You unsubbed on all but one account and were just bonded at this point. I will admit that part of the reason I bonded this account instead of just paying for a year of membership and liquidated my main to do it was because of the price increase and the fact that it increased the 12-month price by so much. Because basically, once I knew that this account was gonna be like reasonably progressing, like it's gonna get its third life. I haven't actually bought the third life again, which maybe I should just do that and get that out the way before I don't end up doing it. But I haven't lost any lives yet, so. If I do lose a life, the immediate first thing I will do is get the third life. Also, I feel like I'm delayed for some reason. I'm still in world 123, right? Yeah. Oh, are you going? Is he going from north to south or north to east? He's going south, so we'll go. Wait, no, he's going. He's going west. Yeah, so the whole like it's it's worth the price difference and all that kind of stuff. That works in isolation if like something goes up in price, and it goes up in price every so often. But when it just keeps going up in price, like it's now at the point where in the past, like if I were to choose between playing WoW and RuneScape, let's say when I went to uni, for instance, I chose to play RuneScape instead of WoW because I was a student, I had less money. So RuneScape costing less was, part of the reason I chose to play it. Whereas now I'm looking at WoW and it's like, huh, you're actually cheaper. WoW is, like, everyone's saying WoW and RuneScape are the same price. That's only true if you're in the US. WoW and RuneScape were already the same price as each other before for us in the UK. They're now more expensive per month in the UK than WoW, which is kind of yeesh. And could I have slipped past him? Not worth risking at this point. If forgetting that WoW requires you to purchase the expansion packs too. That's also fair. Which actually makes it more expensive. I mean, it's like 40 quid every 2 years. That is less than £1 a month. Actually, no, that doesn't make it more expensive. £40 every 2 years being less than £1 a month still puts RuneScape as more expensive for me. Now, if you look at the other expansion offerings they have, like the Heroic Edition and the Epic Edition, or whatever they end up calling it, and you end up buying one of those, then yes, WoW is more expensive. Have I ever played ESO? I think I downloaded it. Did a few quests, got to like a first like city that was on like a river or something. And like the city was just a maze and I got lost and I logged out. So you might know what city I'm talking about there. Well, in Australia it's 124 for the expansion and 22. Jesus. Okay, yeah, in Australia RuneScape's looking like a much better deal. Also, even with exchange rate, surely that's a massively larger proportion of your income compared to what I'm paying. Well, there's Inferno Ash number 503. And we go back again. Are you coming? He's coming in. Look at other streaming services. Yeah, that's fair. So one thing I will say, my thing about WoW is somewhat in bad faith. Because there are things in WoW that they've added that I would never engage with, but they make them more money, and that's stuff like I guess it's cosmetics in the what's it called? In the in-game shop. RuneScape has that as well. So I guess that's still a comparable situation. Cosmetics in RS which could now be turned off and most players can comfortably ignore. That is true. On the bright side, if you buy a pet, you can be comfortable knowing people aren't going to turn that off. Because the alternative is seeing 5 giant cow demons when they go to when they go to a mascot. For that, I know that's just a joke, by the way. I know cow buffs everyone, not just the person who brought it. Okay, so is the intention with these dead legionaries that you just spawn the spirit and, like, go away and then come back and finish it? Or is it that once you hit 100% on the bar, you just go away and wait for it to cool down and do something else? What's the actual intended gameplay, like, way to interact with that? Because waiting for it to cool down feels like it's not going to be particularly quick. You logged in today to toggle off everyone's familiars, then logged back out. I genuinely think if people had the ability to fully hide people's familiars, they would do it. Like, not just toggle off cosmetic familiars, but actually completely hide them. Also, one thing that gets on my nerves about it a little bit is the reason people wanted to turn off cosmetics on familiars is because of the Drake pets and stuff, right? But if you turn off cosmetic familiars now, you also hide everyone's, like, boss pets and skilling pets, like stuff they've actually earned in game, right? And that feels less like the intended, less like the dream, let's say. At what point do you get a toggle for seeing other players? Probably around November when the plugin API comes out. I don't know how strict they're gonna be with that plugin API, but some of the stuff people are gonna do is gonna be silly. And I guarantee someone's gonna come up with a way to load in plugins that aren't actually through, like, the Jagex authorized plugin pipeline. And that's where you're gonna find all the spicier ones. You're a game dev with too much time on your hands, so you'll be dabbling with plugins big time. I'm a software dev, and I've previously worked on an Alt1 plugin. So theoretically, in-game plugins should be my jam. But, I don't know how much time I have to actually commit to them. I guess I could stream the coding of them. Oh god, no, hang on, no. Coding streams are literally the only thing I could think that would be worse for backseating than streaming RuneScape. I'm sorry. Oh god. The thing is, like, for just hanging out with people and, like, saying what I'm doing and like, sharing some cool factoids, it'd be great. But the problem is, you'd get the... The problem is you'd get the people who actually know a little bit, right? And the people who know a little bit are the worst because they think they know more than they do. And the best devs you'll ever work with will tell you they know fuck all. Because in my specific niche, I know a lot. In the grand scheme of things, I know fuck all. But the worst is the people who know a little and think that means they know, like they've started learning, or they've started learning, or they've like put up their first website, and it's like you get to that like initial like whoosh, that what's that thing called? Like the whole Dunning-Kruger graph where you've got to like the first breakthrough, first breakthrough point, right? And you've got that initial rush of like, oh, I actually know what I'm doing. This is amazing. And then some people let it go to their head, and they end up letting other people know that it's gone to their head. This isn't the majority of people. It's just that the majority of people don't say anything, so you can't really, you know, it's you're talking about the something that happens, not the nothing that happens, you know. And then they'll come in and they will say something like, "Oh, you should totally do this, 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 and this, and this." And you can get one guide really badly by starting like a whole, like the kind of debate I would have at work where it's my job and the persons I'm talking to's job to devil's advocate everything. Like it might just be how my team works, but like my team lead will like say he's doing something this way, or he'll do a demo. And my job isn't there to pat him on the back. My job is to pick his shit apart. And like pull on it and just tease it and question it and just everything he could possibly want to know could be wrong or could be a problem or anything before it goes to someone higher up in the company who does his review at the end of the year. You know? And also before it goes to customers, because when it goes to customers and customers complain, that's when the bottom line starts hurting. And when the bottom line starts hurting, your yearly bonus starts hurting too. So yeah, it's very easy to get one guide and end up getting dragged into the whole like, you know, defending what you've done and saying this is why you're doing it this way, and then end up doing nothing for half an hour because you've just rambled about what you are gonna do. It's like, yeah. So, coding streams are very much a probably not. Because I considered doing it with Alt 1, but honestly, working with Alt 1 was such a throwing things against the wall and seeing what stuck experiment for me that streaming it would be horrendous. Because, you being pushed into using AI at your work yet? Actually, yes, but it's already starting to be pushed back on quite a bit. Like not just by the devs, but also like the director of engineering and stuff starting to be like, hang on, this isn't the golden goose we were promised. Like we've not cut down our teams. There was no plan to cut down the teams. The idea was like, what if we just gave everyone like an assistant and increased their productivity? And then the invoices started coming in when people started using it and realizing, hey, this can like all this stuff that we've like not really been able to pick apart and follow through because it just requires such a huge like mental map to be able to figure it out. AI can actually do that kind of stuff. It's good at following logical lines. And then the invoices start coming in because people are using it to digest hundreds of files and like thousands of lines of code. And then when you start seeing how much it actually costs to iteratively and analyze that amount of text, which is what the AI is doing when it's reading files. It's not reading the text, it's like doing iterative analysis with essentially like with a neural network on it. And I am so getting caught here. No, go, 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 go. Oh. But yeah, so it's I think we about a week and a half ago we were all given like licenses and told have a play around with it, see what you can get from it, don't be stupid with it. And now they're just looking at how much it costs and they're just like, you know what? Maybe we're better off not using this. So there's gonna be some like fine-tuning how much people have access to and stuff, because there are some things that it like speeds up. It's like it feels like I mean, the project I've been using it for, it feels like a very expensive copy and paste button that can copy and paste just huge chunks of like automation that are literally just telling a browser to do a step. And the more abstract you make that, the easier it is. And the easier it is for the AI to just start copying stuff around and figure out, they're like, if I want this to click a link, I need to do this. And like really simple stuff like that. But it's doing like loads of it, loads of lines. Which are just, would take me ages to write just because there's so many dang characters in it. But the actual, like, it's the drudge work that I don't like doing. So my dream was like, oh, can I just get this thing to like do my automation for me? That'd be great. I don't care about it solving the problems. I like doing that bit. Oh, that's an unfortunate timing for ads. I'm gonna wait before we show the loot until after the ads. But yeah, so my dream was like, oh, can I get it to do the drudge work and stuff? And then it started putting out tests, and it's like, hang on. Like, I wrote one test suite myself for one use case, basically. And then I started using it to, like, copy that across with minor tweaks for different use cases and loading in different things and testing them and all that kind of stuff. So kind of like, you know, as I said, a quite expensive copy and paste. And then I started noticing it just makes small little errors, and it didn't quite know about this one small thing, and I have to now run all the automation and watch it and make sure it's actually doing the right thing, and make sure it's actually, not just that it's passing, but make sure it's actually, like, doing the correct, oh, okay, I'll ramble after we show the loot. I hate Twitch ads. Problem is, I can't just not run them. If I don't run them, you just get hit with random ones instead, and then I can't even see that it's running. Okay, let's see what the loot is, and then we'll go back to rambling about the expensive copy-paste that our company has paid way too much money for. 1.5 mil raw GP? Yes, please. Okay, in we go. But yeah, like I basically wrote a test suite that does one use case for one loading in like one thing of data. And then I had it, you hard disagree that it's just copy paste? It's not just copy paste, but that's the work it's like really best at. Is like, take this example and extrapolate on it. It needs something to work from. And a lot of the time what it's working from is like stuff off Stack Overflow, GitHub, and all the like things it's trained on, right? The one thing I definitely know for sure, wait, what? I thought that was a safe spot. Ooh. Yeah, it's not just copy and pasting. Like, it can digest large amounts of code, and it can follow imports, and it can figure out what things are gonna do. It does a lot better with code that is actually commented to say what it's gonna do, which is very unfortunate in like modern code bases, because modern code bases, the like best practices is that the code is readable enough to say what it does already. So the comment should only say why it's doing that. Yeah, I'm not saying the tool is literally just an expensive copy and paste tool. I'm saying I've been using it as an expensive copy and paste tool because I've spent the last 5 months developing a feature, and now is the point where I automate that feature, which is a lot of like doing a lot of similar kinds of tests, but with different inputs and checking it's the right output, and basically it's the drudge work bit that I'm on. So that's what it's been doing for me. As I said, we got licenses like a week and a half ago, so I've not used it on like an actual like feature yet. So I don't know what it can do in that scenario. But yeah, so for me, it's been a very expensive copy and paste tool. For me specifically. For the rest of my team, they've been using it to like dissect bits of the code that the person who wrote it has left, or we've lost like the expertise around it, and they've been using it to like analyze all those files and stuff, and you know, basically write up like Javadoc style stuff for it, right? Javadoc or JSDoc, whichever language you use. And that's actually been really helpful for like actually figuring out what some of these old things do under the covers. And occasionally it spots something that doesn't work like it should. Like it spots a bug that is like surprisingly not very visible to the human eye. But then it will generate some code that doesn't do what it says it does. And you're just sitting there like, this is the part where the AI can't fix it unless... This is the part where it can't fix it unless you intervene. Because the code is... Like, what the code is supposed to do is what the code says it's doing. So how is it going to figure out that it's not doing that? So that's the point where you have to like start intervening, and that whole part of like realizing, okay, these things aren't autonomous developer replacements. These things are tools to be used and, you know, observed. Are you using Claude? We are, yeah. But yeah, that's been like the whole big fear, and like the big headlines is like X company is firing like 40% of their developers to replace them with AI. And I think in some cases, 60% of your developers working twice as efficiently because they have better tools. Depending on the company, that's much more desirable than just augmenting every... Oh, okay, you can't go that direction with that guy. I shouldn't have tried to go that direction. I should have just gone to the bush and been safe. But yeah, for some companies, 60% of their people working twice as efficiently is better than 100% of their people working twice as efficiently. And that's where you're going to see the mass layoffs. In our company, if we just doubled our output, our CEO would be over the frickin' moon. But that's like I know the CEO quite well, and I know what he values, and he like our retention rate is very high. We don't have very high churn. So all the people who work for us are well, we have a lot of seniors. That's one thing that's kind of happened that I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't really have much of an opinion. Like, I'm one of the people that has gone from a junior to a senior at this company, so I can't really complain. But I don't know if the ratio of seniors to greenfields is a good thing necessarily. But also, like, we're a smaller company, so hiring too many people who need to still learn stuff is expensive. But yeah, like with our team size, if we just doubled our output, like we're also not a publicly traded company is the other thing. Like whatever the CEO is happy with is what goes. Which I gotta say, when your CEO was a disgruntled engineer who left a big company to make a company and then refuses to make it public so that he can, you know, keep hands on the reins, it's pretty good when you're an engineer. Claude requires a lot of input and side management to get a job done, but it does it a lot faster if it has that. That's basically what I've noticed. Like, getting it to write the first... So I wrote the first test suite. I then had it, you know, use that as a baseline to create another one. And I spent a load of time basically saying, okay, this needs to be corrected. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. This is, you know, needs to be tweaked. And basically saying, in these scenarios, this should be done, and all, like, basically, you know, basically code reviewing it. What? How did I get caught on the other side of a door? Okay, that was good. Yeah, Codex is one we've Codex is one we've like looked at, but not really the thing we're looking for. We're not really looking for like we're not really looking to turn engineers into PMs. And that's also like the kind of thing of like what we've realized with all of us starting to use these tools is the whole fear of like just get rid of your engineers and give your project managers a fleet of Claude instances or whatever. That is just not gonna happen because there's no chance at all that project managers are gonna be able to like have the cognitive space to micromanage that many engineering robots that need constant feedback and iteration. Like, as it stands, the best thing I can currently do with it is have it start doing some, like... Well, I feel like my ideal scenario is, so I get to still keep doing the fun stuff, is having it do, like, my drudge work, automation, all that kind of stuff, and, you know, have it generate some code, give it a review, give it feedback, and then go back to working on the thing I was actually enjoying working on while the tests run. So, like, that part of it, I would enjoy that future of having to do less drudge work and getting to do more fun stuff. But we're also, like, relatively limited on our tokens. So, like, I can't just launch a second instance and have it do both things and jump between the two Claude instances. Because I'd burn through my tokens and send us more bills. So it's very much a case of, I think there's, like, if it can increase our efficiency. Also, Smurgies, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. If it can increase increase our efficiency while also having devs more engaged because they're getting to do more fun stuff and less boring crap, then that's like, I think, one of the best efficiency ways to use it. Having it like literally work on everything you do is a way to rack up a bill. Let's put it that way. So there's just not much point in having it do the interesting stuff. Like, if you get stuck on something, I imagine picking its brain or just, like, using it as a rubber ducking thing, where the rubber duck can actually, like, you know, search, like, hundreds of websites and stuff and give you an answer that isn't just quack. I don't think I have a single instance limit. I just have like a token limit, and I've noticed how quick it goes through it. Which way are you going? I don't remember where I need to walk to now. No. Back through we go. Also, they're really good at throwing up bootstrapped instances, is something I've noticed. Like, if you wanna start a React app from scratch, just get an AI to do all the create React app steps, right? And ask it to just start creating some components that it can easily get inspiration for on Stack Overflow or whatever. I mean, that's one problem. I'm immediately just like looking at this like, okay, cool. All the libraries and stuff we're using for web development right now are all heavily documented and have loads of scenarios on stuff like Stack Overflow. But if people stop using Stack Overflow because AI can just tell them the answer, and then a new library comes out that doesn't have all this information, what's it gonna train on? What's it gonna... Because, like, at the fundamental level, right, this thing is a probability calculator on steroids. But that probability needs to be weighted somehow. So what happens when you don't have the information to weight it? Actually, I think we're starting to see that with like more of the like image and video generation ones. They're starting to show artifacts that are caused by like AI is learning from AI output. The top mathematician was using it to solve proofs alongside them. I mean, that seems like a very reasonable use case for a machine that is able to write in natural language. Yeah, I need to finish that chest. Ports update. The crew of the ship are convinced the Moga they caught yesterday is actually a mermaid princess. I think someone spiked their rum. Yeah, like I'll openly admit that I am not like someone massively infatuated by the idea of AI. I have a very I mean, I would say pragmatic, but the reality is it's probably a pessimistic slant on the whole thing. But I'm also like just open to using tools and seeing what they can do, because what am I going to do? Denounce ever using AI for work? And then when work comes and says, hey, we want you to use Claude. And I just go, no, I don't want to. That's a very quick way to get fired. And like, let's just say in my industry, it ends up being like a tool that I have to learn to get hired. I'd have to start an entire new career to try and avoid it. Which isn't exactly desirable. Anti-human, taking energy away from our minds and relying on machine is never good. I definitely think there's a discipline aspect to it as well. Like it can be very easy to just put out like AI. I hate the term, but it's like it's some kind of accurate. Like it could be easy to just put out AI slop. Just ask an AI to generate something, take that thing at face value, and just chuck it out there. Like, it could be really easy to do that. But I don't think that has any value to either... I don't think that has any value as either, like, a product. Doesn't have any value to a business. I don't think it has any value to a person. I think using it as a tool is like, we already have algorithms, right? Like if you've been using noise generator tools and stuff in Photoshop, etc., those are already like machine algorithms. They're just manually put together machine algorithms. And this is kind of like the next stage of that, where based on probability, what goes with what, or what follows what, is basically the foundational thing of an LLM. And sometimes it just produces trash. Sometimes it produces something that has like, it's like a decent shell or a decent start or something that needs work. And sometimes it just like randoms upon the correct solution the first time. That's also another thing. Like, it's based on weightings and probabilities and stuff, right? If it's based on probabilities, it's inherently somewhat random. Like, when it gets something correct, that's not necessarily that it's always going to get that correct. It's just for the scenario it was put under, the highest probability was for the correct thing. I'm getting caught, yeah. That was a that is a not great corner to try and dive around. Just to elaborate there. As for random weightings, so are people. I mean, yeah, sometimes people can come out with just some random stuff. I think the main thing with a human being is that the human mind can figure stuff out. And that is not what a machine can currently do. I don't know if a machine will ever be able to like go that step of being able to like actually reflect and somehow improve and iterate on things. I don't know if I want to live in a world where computers have advanced that much, if I'm honest. I hope... Part of me kind of hopes that doesn't happen in my lifetime. You wouldn't enjoy a world where you could stream RS as much as you wanted? The problem is that isn't the world. That isn't that world. When everything digital can be just automated. Like, what's left? The manual labor, basically, right? It might not surprise. It might not surprise, but I don't really feel like a scrub in the decks kind of job, if I'm gonna be honest. Yo, what's up, Drak? You fell asleep and Crit is still doing heist and yell at me for gate? I yell at you when you're not at gate. Do your grinds. Any loot so far? A shit ton of commons. You got that job and it sucks. I try and offer condolences, but I don't really know how to in that scenario. You're just home from a training for work, fair. You no uniques for you? Not yet. It's like 1 in 36 and we've done 12, 13 maybe. We got a grind to do. So we're gonna do it. Oh, this is a really bad looking situation. Run. There was no way I was covering both of those. Also, I get the feeling if you end up in 2 circles, you get caught in a single tick. I think they share detection. Because I was trying to figure something out earlier, and I couldn't place why I got caught so badly here. When I literally moved as soon as the spirit spawned. Like, just literally instantly. And I feel like if 2 of their circles are overlapping, you're in both of them. I feel like it's like a global tracker rather than a per Ghost Legionary tracker for whether or not you get caught. But I don't know that for sure because I've only seen that one situation that suggests it. Back to luck, going live. Fair. Thank you very much, Beej, for the luck. Enjoy your stream, dude. Shame pay is too good to give it up. I mean, at least the pay is good. I mean, if you're gonna break your body for work, the least you can ask for is to get paid well for it. You're not a manual labor person either, legally blind too, so the benefits of cogen have a much larger impact on you than the average person. Probably enough about AI for today. Yeah, it's not a topic. It's not a topic I hate, but it's not a topic I'm thrilled about. I like, assuming AI doesn't just spiral out of control and become cost prohibitive, I foresee a future where my job description changes from technically solving problems to theoretically solving problems, and then micromanaging an AI agent to then do the actual solution. And that just sounds less fun. If it pays good, I'll do it, but it's kind of, if it's just the way my profession is gonna go, then I don't really have much of a choice, right? What's the option? That's kind of the situation I'm stuck in, is what is the option? I can ignore the technology that's potentially gonna become a mandatory tool for employment in my field, But then what? I become unhireable and I have to go get a different job. My years of experience don't apply to my new job, so I start from the ground up. I end up quitting streaming because I take on a second job that means I can pay for rent and bills and Doris and all that kind of stuff. Like, I don't have, like, it's not really I have a choice, it's just I have to skill up with it, and if it ends up becoming a tool of the trade, it ends up becoming a tool of the trade. It is what it is. Like, most of the things that make me disinterested in it are not really what can it do, but what are people, like, how are people misusing it? Because there's a lot of people misusing it where they're throwing out bootstrap websites, right, and saying, oh, look at this, I made a website in half an hour with Claude, and then they show you a screenshot and it's running on localhost, and they try to get you to click a localhost link to go to it, and you just see that whole thing of like, it's like the YouTube tutorial days where like someone followed a YouTube tutorial to write like a 2D rendering engine or something in Java where you can move a block, where you can move a square around with WASD. And they're like, look, I made a game engine. If you consider working for Jagex as a dev, I'll answer that question after the ad break. But it's not. It's a no, but not for the reason you'd expect. Yeah. It's man, I know the only people that can hear me right now are people with turbo and subs who just literally doesn't affect. But I'm torn on whether or not the 1.5 minutes of ads every half an hour is better or worse than 3 minutes every hour. Because like with the 3 minutes every hour, then at least it's like a literal, okay, we're taking a little thing, and I can, you know, step away for a second. But then it feels like if I turn the ad break into like a full-on break, then it feels kind of unfair to people that pay to not get them. But also, like, doesn't that just mean it's inherently unfair to people who haven't paid? Thank you very much, Pato, for the 1 month gifted sub to Vafrion. You are a bro, dude. Well, I guess you're a burb. I've just started calling you a burb. I'm assuming you just like birds, not actually not actually an AVNZ IRL. Yeah, so ads over. So I'll answer that question about working for Jagex. So it's very, very unlikely, and it's not for the reasons you'd think. It's not about like pay or going to work for a game development company instead of, actually, well, I guess that is part of it. Working for a game development company versus working for a small software development company. Game development has crunch bad. Like bad. I know there's horror stories of like literal like death amounts of crunch where with like Rockstar and stuff like that. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about just like releases coming up, and the last 2 months before it are just horrific. The 18 months before that have been clock out at 5, it's all fine, and like it's typical 9 to 5 stuff, right? But then when crunch comes around, it demands your life, right? That's why I tend to avoid game dev. So that's kind of one thing. Game dev would like be more fun on the basis of like you're working on something that inherently excites you more, at least for me. Whereas like when it comes to working in software specifically, I have to find the fun in it. I have to like either do things in a way that I find fun or specifically seek out features that excite me. And occasionally I get the thing on my desk, or in my case, just the Jira sent to me, that I just look at it and go, you've given me this because you don't want to do it. And my team lead will just go, yeah, crack on. And we know exactly what it is. And sometimes that happens. And I don't know if that would... Like, game dev isn't all, like, making the flashy stuff, right? Sometimes it's agonizing over a, like, bloody vertex calculator because collision doesn't work through a fence, right? So it's not all fun and games in that regard. But it would inherently be, like... It would inherently be more fun than making, you know, enterprise software, which is what I currently do. So, yeah, the like crunch that happens just naturally with the way games work. Games are developed over a very long time, and naturally stuff kind of gets punted towards the end a bit, and things like start like just, you know, rolling down the hill, and you know they kind of get forgotten, or oh, we'll get to that later, and later comes a knock, and suddenly everyone's there at 9 p.m. and the managers come in with pizza. That's just I'm just not up for that life. I want to call me selfish, but when my paid time is up, I want to clock out and I want to go cuddle Doris. And I want to go watch something with Gig, or I want to go stream. And currently I get that. And also I currently have a full remote job, which is no longer the like guarantee that it was around like COVID times. The fact that my role stayed full remote is actually kind of surprising when I look at it in hindsight. It was one of those things of like when we all had to go remote, the higher ups were kind of like, I don't think we like this really. And then we kind of proved that stuff still got done, and you know, we basically proved that, you know, we can work like that and make it work. So at that point, it's kind of like, well, the proof is in the pudding. You guys can have your full remote. Also, it meant they got to give up some office space, which was probably really expensive for the size of the company we are. So yeah, I've got a full remote job that pays well with a company I've been here for a while, so I've earned respect from my peers here, which means I can be trusted with more interesting stuff. And I can also be trusted to be left alone sometimes. Okay, that was ambitious. that was greedy and ambitious. I still one of the things you look forward to the least. I don't know. I kind of enjoy it. It's got the same kind of it's got that same kind of thing of agility where movement in RuneScape is inherently clunky because it's like playing a racing game on a like 30 hertz screen or something, right? Or a 24 hertz screen. It's just gonna feel clunky because the input to reaction from the game is terrible. And that's kind of like just like the inherent thing with like agility and this kind of stuff in RuneScape, so it's kind of just accepted. Anyway, so yeah, that's like the main thing why I wouldn't take, or I would have to, it would have to be like really the right thing being offered for me to consider uprooting the gang and moving to Cambridge, for me to give up the like position of trust and respect that I have at the moment, where like there's so many people that have been here at the same company as me for so long that know me, and when it's like, when I say I want to do something and I think there's value in saying, or I say you know I could do something, I'm actually trusted to do it. That's like really undervalued sometimes. Also, I'm just not micromanaged. I feel like if I went to work anywhere new, I would immediately go into being like micromanaged because I'm the new guy. I don't really know what goes and stuff, you know, and that's kind of expected. But also, like, I would just hate it. So if I could avoid that. And then there's also the thing that I almost worked for Jagex anyway. I almost did my placement, my work placement at university for Jagex. They were slow to get back to me, so I'd already found a place by the time they responded, was the TLDR of it. So that wasn't a good, professionally, that wasn't a good first impression. My life could have ended up so different. It would have been very different. The reason I ended up coming to where, like, I did my placement where I work now. That's how good I landed it. The place I still work, 7 years after I graduated, is where I did my placement year. That's how good the, like, that's what Jagex had to compete with, basically. But yeah, they basically gave me the classic, oh, we'll get back to you in X time frame. And I didn't hear from them, so it's like, cool, moving on. And moved on, went and did another interview and got a place, like, literally on the interview day. I was literally just told straight up then there's like, I mean, it was actually kind of funny because it was like, it was more of a, like, I'd been quite vocal and stuff in the morning, and all, like, they gave us a bunch of like brain teaser stuff because obviously at this point we're literally uni students, so like they're trying to figure out, do our brains work good? That was the bar to clear. Do our brains work good? So I'd like solved all the problems and stuff they gave me, and like sat down, talked with the guy like running the session about, you know, why I solved the problem the way I did and stuff. And then because there wasn't really anything for me to do while we were waiting for people to be cycled through, and like their, you know, actual talking interview bit where you talk to the guy that's going to pay you. I just ended up like going out and talking to people that were already employed at the company, and those same people who, you know, I apparently struck a chord with, because apparently they put in a good, like, they mentioned that they like the discussion they had with me. Those people are still working at the company now, and they're still people I'd consider, like, I don't know if you'd say like friend. It depends on how tight your friend group is. I think if you were like the kind of person who's like happy to be friends with everyone, like you meet someone a few times and you're happy to call them a friend, if you like them kind of person, then they'd be friends. They're like colleagues I really get on with. I don't actively talk to them outside of work, but when we like go out for lunch when we happen to be in the office together and stuff, it's a good time. It's more like friends going out than colleagues going out kind of thing. So, but yeah, I basically got told to shut up on my during my interview day. Like a few of the like senior devs there took us all out for lunch, and then one of them just basically tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Mate, like eat a little quickish because they want you back at the office." And I was like, "Ah, shit, what have I done?" And then they basically just sat me down and said, "Okay, so we, after how everything's gone this morning, and all the people you talked to, we spoke to the people that you were talking to earlier, and then they basically just said, we're gonna offer you a place at the end of the day, so could you just shut up for the rest of the day and let other people answer stuff, so we can get a good view of them." I was like, okay. So yeah, I'm that annoying know-it-all, I guess, is the takeaway from that. The puzzle, like all the stuff I was doing and like all the discussion I was having wasn't like group discussions, but the afternoon was group discussions. So like all the problems and stuff they gave me were basically they were put on paper in front of us, and I guess like you don't know you're a know-it-all. Hang on, I feel like that's a catch. That guy's right in my way. I feel like it's a catch-22 there, Harry. If you're a know-it-all, you have to know you're a know-it-all, because if you don't, then you don't know it all. Yeah, all the stuff we did in the morning was like, it was like personal stuff. Well, I guess we were supposed to be in pairs, but we were in pairs and people were called up to like go off to an interview room and stuff. And the person I was paired up with was called first, so I ended up doing it all on my own. And I think they just gave him clean copies when he came back. That probably didn't. I mean, it must have gone down well because I got a job offer and I'm still there. So, yeah. I second guess stuff like that a lot. But yeah, that's the kind of environment I'm working in, and like, unless that ever changes, how do you compete with something like that? Like, anywhere else I would go would be a massive question mark. I guess, like, the main thing would be, like, getting a broader experience. And, like, if I ever stopped developing my skills and stuff, because, like, let's say the work ended up being so samey for so long that it literally just became running the motions, and I stopped developing as a person, as a professional, etc. That would be the kind of thing of like, okay, I love you all guys, but I'm leaving because I need to see different things. And that just hasn't happened, because just as I've gotten, like, as I've achieved things, I just get more and more difficult things instead. So yeah. But that's why Jagex is very not likely to happen. There's also the issue of just being a JMod as a content creator, which I think RS guy kind of ran into a little bit, where like, what can you say? What can you say? What can you do? How honest can you be about your feelings about certain things? And when you say something, what hat are you saying it with? Or what hat will people perceive you as saying it with? That just sounds like a freaking nightmare to deal with. Yeah, so I'd be uprooting, moving across the country. I mean, I am in Britain. Like, I am in England. It's not like I'd be moving to a different country. Although, if I was gonna move, maybe a different country would be a better plan. Where you going, dude? You're coming over here, aren't you? But yeah, I'd have to uproot the family. We'd be moving away from from Gig's family. We're currently near Gig's family. I guess we'd be closer to my family, but I don't. Yeah, personal stuff I don't really get on with my side of the family, so let's not. I would rather be near Gig's side than my side. You don't get on with your side of the family either, and your in-laws live in your backyard. So that's an expression that means they live pretty dang close, but I almost expect that you're going to say they literally live in your backyard. Yeah. Cambridge isn't close enough either to my half of the family to like make it so that I would be, you know, spending a load more time with them and potentially repairing our relationship. So we'd basically be moving away from all of our families. And then, so I'd end up having to get a place to live in Cambridge, which is really freaking expensive. I have a pretty sweet deal when it comes to renting this place in terms of we've been here a while. The price is like, the landlord actually pushed back against the estate agent trying to price gouge us when all the prices went sky high. So, you know, good landlord. It's just very... Why would I... Yeah, I don't have... Like, it feels like I could only lose. It would be a very selfish thing to do. Is the TLDR of it. It would be cool. It would be an experience. I would probably learn things. Well, I've definitely learned a lot of things, actually. Like, going from working in enterprise software to working in game development is, in spite of being, you know, software development at its core and following a lot of the same fundamentals, it is a very different application of that discipline. So that's also another thing. Like, if I went and worked for Jagex, when it comes to game development, my CV is kind of bare. Like, I did some stuff in uni and like played around with Unreal Engine and all that kind of stuff. But professionally, no. So yeah, I'd probably be stepping down job grades to transition between the two industries. Man, this loot, it like seeing the same loot every time, you'd think it starts getting boring, but it's all just kind of good. There's like actual herbs here instead of just seeds. Also, we're gonna be freaking rich after we're done with this. Hey, 106 thieving. This is actually a very nice level. Tower Master Mage, which means we now have access to time runes. Yeah, the XP is good. Sadly, I'm not training Invention while doing it, which is kind of sad. I was hoping that the XP would, at least from like maybe pickpocketing the Dead Legionaries or something, would at least go in the pickpocketing bag, but it doesn't look like it is. What's your main goal with the account? I have like a list of goals, and I'm kind of keeping them close to my chest. Because the one thing I really don't want to do is come out with like some grand goal that is just like, yeah, right, kind of thing. So right now, my like, oh, that's gonna get me caught. What? How did that not get me caught? How did I not get... Was that just me, like, animation delayed? The current goal, the current, like, overarching goal is to surpass my previous Iron Man without losing a single life. Which doesn't make any sense if you didn't follow my previous Iron Man's progression. How do I summarize it? How do I summarize it for those who didn't watch me back then? Because it has been a while. Oh, that was tight. So previous Iron Man, we're talking Elder Overloads, tier 95s, 120 invention and decent perks on my gear. Like I had Biting 4 on my mage gear and stuff like that. I guess like, yeah, very comfortably like a mid-game PVM setup. And it was basically at the point in range progress where it was mage progress where it was going to hard mode Carapac. You did burn out, right? I burned out on content creation because I overdid the YouTube side of it. I very much overdid the YouTube side of it, and I started holding myself to an unreasonable expectation, which ended up resulting in me deleting episodes. So there's 11 episodes up, right? Episode 12 was going to be going over Sanctum and some of the things I was doing alongside Sanctum. I'm pretty sure I deleted that project outright twice because I was just that, like, not gelling with it, basically. And that was the point where I was like, you know what, maybe I just put the video stuff down for a second and focus on streaming because I was enjoying streaming. So then the Group Iron Man stuff happened. I was like, you know what? And Chev asked me if I wanted to team up with them. It was quite late, actually, when I like teamed up with Chev and Rex and Science and such. Because I was not the first choice. Big cry. But no, I'm kidding. Yeah, so that stuff came along, and Chev asked if I was interested, and I basically said yeah. I basically said yeah. You guys are basically like, oh, YouTubers though. Are you expecting to have like the full thing go on YouTube from every perspective? Which would have been something quite unique in the space, I think. I don't think many other full creator teams were doing all YouTube series from their 5 perspectives. And I think that's what Chev originally dreamed of. But I guess I shattered that by saying, hey, I'm burnt out on video creation. I just want to focus on streaming for a bit. Are you okay if I do that through the Group Iron Man? And then the idea was, after we were done with Group Iron Man, my break from YouTube would hopefully lead to that burnout having faded, me being able to, get back in the editor and not just hate everything I made. Which, I'll be honest, I almost did that with the first hardcore episode this time. I almost put myself in that same kind of rut where I just started, I was just listening back to the stuff I was saying and, like checking over it, doing a bit of audio work that I have to do. And I just started, really hating it. And basically Gig just had to go, come on, we're playing Arkham, and pull me away from it. And then after we played Arkham, I went back to it and it was like, okay, this is fine. It's just, I need to not, lose myself when I'm in this process again. Because that was probably the case before, right? That was probably the case before when I was, literally deleting entire projects. Was probably they were fine. I just was holding myself to an unreasonable standard that I had no chance of hitting. Which, I'm not gonna say I don't do that because I am that to a T. Gig will verify that. Huh? Okay. Don't fuck around with these guys on stairs. Got it. I literally same tick dive surge pot like over him. But no, stairs. Oh wait, hang on, I forgot this chest. Yeah, so that's the kind of like stuff that I don't really like bringing up, because it's one of those things of like, it's not, it doesn't feel like, it doesn't feel very, how do I put it? It doesn't feel very like respectful or appreciative to like put something out and then go, yeah, I literally thought it was terrible. Even though that is true, even though I was like, for a moment, I was in that headspace. So there's also like the thing of like, don't compare yourself to others. That trap is very easy to fall into. Like especially doing like progress videos and looking at people that have done it for years and have honed their craft. Either like honed their craft, they have more time to put into it, or they've like built up respect over the years, which, you know, inherently makes their, you know, which has inherently grown their audience and stuff like that. You can look at that and you can go, I put so much effort into this, why is it not doing as well as, why am I not moving? Okay, there I actually don't know why neither my dive nor my clicks went through. Yeah, it's really easy to just fall into the trap of like comparing yourself to other people, and it's just like, there's nothing to gain from that, right? You wanna look, you wanna be inspired by and learn from the stuff other people do, but you don't wanna like start comparing numbers. Yo, Gratz Beast. That's huge. Full book is absolutely huge. I don't know if he's in in stream. But yeah, that was like really early on that I started falling into that trap. So like when I was doing the Iron Man series, I wasn't in that trap. I was like a very like naive, just got into it, didn't really like know what I should be expecting, and my expectations were not what they were, or my expectations were not how do I put it? My expectations weren't correctly calibrated. By the time I talked to Pride Slayer in his podcast, I'd gone past that point. Actually, I wonder if that episode is still up. I don't know. I don't know if that episode is still up, or if he maybe got rid of some of his older RuneScape stuff. Yeah, by that point, when I spoke to him, it was very much a case of I had moved past that, realized what I had done for myself, and what fortune I'd actually been blessed with at that time. So the ugly side of the shit you don't normally see. It's all easy traps to fall into as well. Like once you start uploading like a few YouTube videos, YouTube just starts throwing numbers at you. And it can be real like hard to know what you're looking at that is actually important and what is just noise. Fair enough. Yeah, so that's what happened last time with me like burning out on video creation and then just like all the like I burnt out on making videos before the whole like survey thing happened with like would you be happy to pay more if we removed MTX, followed by a different team at Jagex. Like I'm very aware that this was a different team at Jagex. Like I'm not saying that this was like the same team going, oh yeah, they said they'll pay more and upping the prices. No, it was a very like the financial team and the CM team, dev team, etc. They're all separate and working. I mean, ideally they should probably be on the same page more often, but it very much seems like that is the teams have different goals to work towards, which is why they're different teams. Yeah, so like that was one thing that was kind of like, okay, this is really not great timing and kind of to me it was the sign of one hand at Jagex is like starting to seeming to want to listen, and the other hand is like, no, give me money. And then we started getting the escalation of that, where it was like the point where I basically came to the conclusion that one side of that one of those two hands was much bigger than the other two hands when they started asking for like, would you pay more for membership if we gave you player support? And it was just like, Jesus Christ. That was that was when the psych in me just snapped and was like the curtains fell, as it were. This is a lot of dwarf weeds that I've been getting here. I'm trying to think, like, because normally you go to Krill and you get dwarf weeds and wines of Zami. Where do you get the wines of Zami if you get the dwarf weeds from somewhere else? Is it still just... Oh, wait, I said Zami. I meant Krill. No, wait, no, I did say Krill. Wakey, wakey. But where'd you get the wines of Zami if you already have loads of dwarf weed? Yeah, I confused myself. I played it back in my head and was like, oh, I said Zami when I meant Krill. And it's like, no. No, I just... brought up something that was a bit more personal to my chest, and I'm not very good at doing that, so now my brain's a bit foggy, is my excuse there. What'd you miss? Not really too much. We didn't get a unique. We're going again. Yeah, Vyers is probably the correct answer. The Sunspear changes aren't live yet, are they? Those, like, the whole Sunspear having the salvation aura effect on it. That's not live yet, right? Wait, hang on. Oh, it's April on Wednesday. It's the month of reckoning. Auras are actually, assuming they don't delay it for whatever reason, auras are getting the axe this month. It's April tomorrow. It's the 30th today. There's 31 days in March, dude. And oh wait, hang on. You said you're Australian. Yeah, fair. Fair, fair, fair. Oh, I actually now can't wait for the month ahead post on Wednesday. I wonder why they didn't release it today. Not ready, you think? Or just they wanted it to actually be in April? Or do you think they didn't want it attached to a blog post with a seasonal event? Potentially spicy take there. They are putting out more blogs than just the like Monday patch and this week in RuneScape blogs now, which is nice. They are putting a lot of effort into communication this time. Well, they have done this before, I will say that. Like, pre-necromancy, we have seen this before. The question is it going to be the same cycle? Is it going to culminate in a big release, followed by, okay, time to cash in? Because, that would not be a good idea. Was it this sustained? It was kind of the same vibe. It was 2013, right? Not 2013, 2023. And from like about February, March time to when necromancy dropped, communication was like big on the up. I mean, admittedly, Mod Doom was doing a lot of the. Oh, that actually succeeded. Huge. Okay, so can we? Don't mind me, dude. I'm just organizing my ships here. I still can't afford this. I'm surprised I have the signal to organize all this from here. Oosh. That is a spicy success chance. Remote ports how? The captain's log. As a spicy send. Yo, what's up, Danny? How you doing? Yeah, sending a 65% is kind of asking for my ship to get blown up, I'm not gonna lie, but the payoff is 250 gunpowder, so I think it's probably worth it. I don't think I'm at the point where crew can perish, so. Which reminds me, how on earth am I getting lifeboats this time? Because the way I did that last time don't exist no more, I don't think. Maybe you need to learn and engage with ports. The thing that's pushed me over the edge is Masterwork Armor, and if I'm gonna do range, I'm probably... Like, if I'm gonna do range, I'm gonna want to do Vorkath with ranged. And if I'm gonna do Vorkath with ranged, I would kind of like... Oh, no. Ah, I'm fucked. Yeah, I thought... I screwed up the order he walks into the rooms. I screwed up the order he walked into the rooms. Me rambling. Yeah, the thing that's pushed me over the edge with actually taking ports seriously is that if I want to make the Masterwork armors, I need to have ports in a good place. Do you go for the... What the heck is the gloob? Wait, do you mean gloom? Okay. Wait, oh, Glubo. Okay, I see now. Why? Because the Masterwork armor, the Masterwork magic and Masterwork ranged armors both need ports materials. It's like 120 lacquer or something for Masterwork ranged. And as much as I know certain people will say that going for Masterwork is a waste of time, just go get the Dracolich. I'd kind of like both. Both is good. Both is not time efficient if your goal is something like getting GM. Oh yeah, don't expect that from me, by the way. If I get War's Blessing tier 4 and I'm still a hardcore, I've won. As far as I'm concerned. Okay, without getting boosted, I need to add that on the end there. If I got myself boosted to it, then it wouldn't feel as good. You want comp, so you need to do it? I need to actively not comp. And unfortunately, my usual go-to for that is just if I don't do ports, I can never comp. But I actually need to ports, which means potentially comp. How are you feeling about the year ahead for RS? Generally positive. It's like, it's a pain. It's kind of a, how do I put it? It's kind of a painful year in terms of, like, they're ripping stuff out. Like, they're ripping the rot out, and you can't take rot out without taking some healthy stuff with it, too. Or, like, leaving gaping holes and such. So I feel like that's a balance they're going to have to strike. It's already kind of been, like, a bit, hey, stop nerfing all our shit, Jagex, on Reddit and stuff, right? But, it is very much a, if we're gonna deal with some of the stuff that's been issues, then your best methods might also be impacted. Like we can't have ethical XP rates if you're just gonna ignore them and go skip for the skill anyway. Which I guess is the definition of a nerf, because they're pulling down XP rates. But at the same time, maybe going from 30 to 85 Hunter in one day was not a desirable situation. Yeah, generally positive. I just hope they nail the balance of, like, they're going to be taking a lot and ripping stuff out. But, you know, if you leave a gaping wound, make sure you sterilize it, you know? And maybe pack it a bit. So, that's where I'm at with the year. 。  . 。  . 。 . 。 . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . 。 . . . . . . . . 。 . My initial thoughts on Havenhive are just the stuff that was added wasn't the content for me, so it doesn't land with me, right? That's expected. So I'm neither positive nor negative about that until I realistically part 2, assuming they release it in somewhat of a timely manner with how fast I'm going through the game. There was a certain no. There was a certain element of this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. Surely I make this just surge past him and get into the grass, right? Yeah, there was a certain element of like wanting to start this account and get working on stuff in a timely manner. So I basically started it as soon as the early game change. Oh, you're going in there. Guess I'm going up this chest then. So I basically started it as soon as the early game changes dropped and we had enough information for me to kind of like extrapolate some of the future patches that are coming. Stuff like, hey, we're definitely deleting auras. Cool, I won't use auras. Or we're definitely deleting these dailies. Cool, I won't do those dailies. Into, by the way, we kept those daily challenges that you didn't do. And you're still not doing. I enjoy the game not having any kind of checklist for a day. So I'm gonna keep playing it that way. I've been a lot happier with herb runs without another chore list to do as well. Also, herb runs knowing that I'm actively training herb lore instead of just waiting for Jack of Trades to hit my quest requirements. It's actually been kind of nice. Like, it actually feels like I have some semblance of... what's the word? I'm not sure autonomy is the right word for this, but some semblance of, like... Nope, not authority. That's not the right word either. Some semblance of initiative? Is that the right way of describing it? The TLDR is that it feels like my herb lore level is more in my control and as a result of my own like decisions and planning and actions than just I did Jack of Trades every day. How many heists are we even at after this one? Is there any way to see without quick chatting? This is gonna be 18. Oh. Didn't realize there was someone else around. Oh, don't interrupt me, dude. He's interrupting me. This is with the Master Thief's lockpick, by the way. At least I hope that thing's on my tool belt. Yep, right there. Come on, chest, open up. There we go. Loot number 18. Wait, this is the halfway point to the drop rate. That's kind of huge. No drop yet, of course. I wonder how many divine charges I have banked in terms of energy now. Because I definitely don't have the simple parts to make them all. Oh dear. What's a good way of getting blood runes? Other than rune crafting them, which I will do. The 44 rune crafting's looking a little anemic compared to everything else. Because I know the master mages are death, time, and soul, right? But that doesn't really solve the blood rune problem. I guess it at least makes it so I only have to runecraft blood runes. But I also want to use the Attuna to get my rune pouches. So I can't just runecraft blood runes. A million Anku kills? I'll go get 99 Slayer and set up the Slayer dungeon then. Wait, I just saw what the time is. Time has kind of gone by today. Oops. You loot a replica carried car, Ruby. Carried car? Like, the diamond was the carried ib. So that mean that there's a sapphire and an emerald too? And do they have a dragonstone? / onyx? I'm assuming not. All the stuff written in the chat box is kind of like meme names and just fun throwaway item names to add a little humor to the method. How many runs did I do yesterday? It was 3, right? So I will have done 16 today after this one. Wait, really? So if I kept up this pace, I could expect a unique on average like every 2 days? That sounds a bit better than I was expecting. I was kind of expecting to be doing this for quite a few days, actually. It's 6 hours on average for a drop. How are people doing 6 runs an hour? Please teach me the ways. Or do you specifically need like all the... You specifically need like all the crystal mask and everything to make that work? Because when I used crystal mask on when I was here on my main, the dead legionaries barely spawned their spirits. Yeah, I think like I'm doing this very chill. My movement's not very optimized. I don't have a particularly good route. I'm kind of just running around and hitting up the stuff in whatever order. I probably should have skipped this chest. There we go. If I skip that chest, then I just don't have to deal with that. If I get caught, I get punished for that. But we just don't get caught, right? We play good. I mean, 4 runs an hour. If I'm doing 4 runs an hour, and it's 36 heists per drop on average, then that's... Wait, actually, is it 36? Is that number overshot? I should put this on another screen so I don't stand in the circle while I'm looking at it. Anyone remember how to swap to lunar spells? You have to go to the lunar rune crafting altar on Lunar Isle. Or the astral rune crafting altar on Lunar Isle, sorry. So, what is a traversal guide, luck? So, rares, loot points, 500, 1 in 36, with tier 3 luck being a 2% increase. You just have to have your sealed passage on you and talk to Baba Yaga to unlock the teleport. Wait, is that a thing? Yeah, 2% luck boost for a tier 3 luck ring is actually kind of pog. Ooh, hang on, there's a calculator here. So if I have 500 loot points and tier 3 luck, the chance of receiving any unique is 1 in 35.3. Okay, so yeah, about 36 runs. So if I'm doing 4 runs an hour, then it's about 9 hours for a unique. Huh. When the uniques are tier 90 weapons from a scaling method, I did expect to be doing this a little longer, but also I can understand why maybe you don't make the drop rates insane. Aw, come on, dude. You're slowing me down. I mean, that's kind of his job is to stop me. So if he's merely slowing me down, then I've won. Go, 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 go. Okay, we didn't get caught. Good, good. Loot at 287. I skipped 1 chest. And I normally skip a chest at the, well, I say normally. If I don't get caught, I can skip, like, this chest and safe, I think, in a perfect scenario. I can skip both. Yeah, how... I mean, yeah, I guess a lot of the time is spent, like... It kind of compounds, doesn't it? If you spend longer dealing with the dead legionaries and you fail more, then you spawn the ghosts that you have to walk away from. And the more time you spend dealing with that, the more times you have to deal with these guys pathing around, which then costs you time. Yeah, I guess all the time saves are kind of... It's not really exponential, but they're like... Are they quadratic time saves? Is that a way you can phrase that? It's like they directly speed up. Like rummaging the dead legionaries. But then they also indirectly speed you up by causing you to have to evade less. You know, I should not have bothered even trying to sneak out behind you. I have no idea which room you're going to next. So I should just let you go first and get out my way, and then we'll go. To be honest, with how slow he's going, I probably could have just gone, but by the time I realized that, it was maybe too late. Wifey's kicking you to bed, so take care. Thank you for coming and hanging out today, Harry. Appreciate you. Have a good night. Don't come in here, dude. Don't come in here. I kind of like that they reused the Shadow Anchor stuff from the what's it called, from the dig site. As in the Hereditas archaeology site, not the dig site, the place. Oop. Gotta hide. Could I have sneaked past? Yeah, I could have just got in here, gone around. Yeah, I could have. Lesson learned. Lesson learned. I guess that's also something about getting faster here, is starting to be a bit bolder. Oh, are you going in there now? No, you're not. Cool. Okay, we're at 442, so chest and big chest. Okay, this is going to be the last loot of the night, I think. I am starting to get hungry, which means I'm starting to get sleepy, and well, no, I'm starting to get hungry, which means I'm starting to get quiet because I'm feeling lower on energy, and also I think I just want to chill for the last little bit before bed. Things are busy at work, so I actually want to not be rolling out of bed all disheveled in the morning. So let's end it on a high with an early unique, perhaps. I'd say never lucky, but I literally am not. I'm halfway. I'm halfway to the rate. I can't say shit. So Infernal Ashes in total so far, 745 out of the 1200 stack that we need. So, I mean, yeah, pretty much like as soon as we... What's it called? Pretty much about the same time we would expect our first unique, we're also going to be able to go get the prayer outfit. Which then means I may as well go get the summoning outfit as well from Havenhive. Get 75 summoning, 75 prayer, 75 dungeoneering. And that's pretty much priv. And we also know what style we're focusing on. Yeah, I'm pretty down with that. For now, though, I'm going to wish you guys all a wonderful rest of your night. Because I want to send a raid to Eddie Moves. Eddie, my boy. Thanks all for the chats and hanging out and the support as always. Including the AI chat, even though I'm a massive pessimist and downer on the whole topic, huh? But yeah. I'll catch you guys all, I think, tomorrow. I don't think I'm doing anything that would stop me streaming tomorrow, so we'll just send more vaults tomorrow. Try and get the unique. I think for tonight, I'm gonna go pickpocket some master mages and start building up the rune stacks as well, in case we end up with magic as our style. Or I'll just go pickpocket some more gobies. I'm not sure. Anyway, let's go say hi to Edamoos. Love you all lots.